Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will continue our journey of what if Deku became a great scientist. Before we start today, please like, share and subscribe. CH41, accident. I gotta admit, that was one sad scenario. That poor guy deserves so much better. Hankoi said with a depressed tone as he and Honey Lemon began to clean up for the day. The woman agreed with him while wiping her wet eyes as she replied, I agree, but sometimes, why no, that way is usually the only or most humane way. At least, his getting a statue. At least, Hankoi said back with a dry chuckle before divulging, this shows how weak we all are in the end. We can pretend to be the strongest thing in the world, but in the end, we all bleed the same color and die all the same. Honey Lemon stopped what she was doing, stared at the man, and tried to say with a chipper tone, that's insightfully morbid. Suddenly something caught Hankoi's attention, and with a bright expression he said, Oh, Ungoliant, what are you doing out of your terrarium? Silly spider, he then reached down and picked up the tiny jumping spider on his finger. Looking at the little creature reach up its arms at him brought a smile and more philosophical thoughts to his mind as he said them aloud. You know, she probably thinks I'm some sort of god in comparison to her. I'm sure she's the biggest thing in her world, too. But in the end, we're all bugs in the grand scheme of things. Again, insightfully morbid, Honey Lemon said with an uncomfortable tone. But I guess that the rule of life, the large and strong protect the small and sweet. He said while nuzzling the small arachnid to his nose. I guess, let's stop talking. Honey Lemon practically pleaded while quickly excusing herself for the night. Hankoi placed the tiny creature back in its terrarium and sweetly said to her, Good night, Ungoliant, sweet dreams. He kissed the spider, closed the cage, turned off the light, and left the room. Once he was gone, Ungoliant was left to sit in her thoughts. Despite being a small and unintelligent creature, she had a certain feel for things and baseline understanding. To her understanding, Hankoi wished she was stronger for her safety, but while she was small she had to rely on her benefactor. But he too was weak and could only do so much, so she needed to get stronger and fast. The only question was how. And she knew how. She knew he was doing something with something stronger and strange, so all she has to do was get to that thing. And that's exactly what she would do. So she escaped out of the hidden hole in her home and scurries off the counter, crawling down to the floor and out a very fine crack in the door underneath it. The whole ordeal took an hour to do just at her size, but she had a plan of how to get to a destination that would take her days at her size. So she hitched a ride on one of the many cleaning and security robots. She clung to its metal body and waited till it brought her to the destination. How did she know where to go? Thanks to Hankoi's pheromone trail, he has been going to the place a lot recently. Once she was there, she hopped off the robot and made her way into the room under the slightest crack in the door. Once inside, she had all 8 of her eyes on the prize, the remnants of the strange thing he had been working on, but the whole thing was gone. Though that didn't stop her as she felt a strange energy pulsating from somewhere in the room. Scurrying towards it, she found a large piece that broke off and was hidden away from view. So she went up to the strange thing, lay on top of it, and began to sleep. The next morning, Hankoi came in with a true smile and a cup of coffee from his favorite shop, only to be greeted by the sounds of discord. Investigating all the activity, he saw Egon nearly losing his mind. He ran around the building between rooms and yelled nonsense. The only thing he could make out was, Where is he? Where is he? Where is who? Hankoi asked, hoping to help. Egon whipped his head to the man, practically lunged on him in a hug, and exclaimed, Oh Hankoi, thank the gods. It's your spider. Fear gripped his heart at that statement, and in a panic he grabbed the man back and demanded, Ungoliant, what happened to her? Tell me. Dr. Cluck, who just came out of the room where the Singularity Soul used to be held, ridding her cat, said with a terrified expression, You're gonna want to see this for yourself, as she pointed to the room with one of the mechanical arms. Hankoi pushed past them and burst through the room only to stop as he saw a huge shape sitting in the chamber. What is that? He yelled as the thing stood up on many legs and turned towards him, revealing many red eyes. Eyes that he recognized all too well before it dawned on him. Looking over the shape of the thing, he asked, Wait, Ungoliant. The huge spider took one of its legs and brought it over for him to grab. When he did, he began to tear up as he ran to hug the spider's face and sobbed, "Oh, my God, it is you. What dash? What happened?" "I think she got at the singularity soul and turned into this," Egon told him from behind. "But it was destroyed, wasn't it?" Hankor asked back. "I guess a large enough piece broke off before we transferred the resurrection. Quirk. Then she found it and now here we are," Dr. Orpington told them as her mechanical hand held up the last fragment of the singularity soul. Suddenly dark thoughts ran through the man's mind and he whipped around, trying to shield the huge animal with his body as he pleaded with tears. "Professor Egon, please don't kill Ungoliant. Please. She's my best friend." "Calm down, I'm not gonna kill your pet," Egon assured him with a groan, making the man calm down. "But we do have to do something. We can't keep her here." He followed up, telling him the facts. "She's not that big," he argued back, him getting an "are you serious" expression from his boss. "Why not just throw her into Pacifica? We're dumping Torchwick and a few other crazy things genus and cephalopod cooked up together," Dr. Orpington offered. Hankor shook his head violently and argued, "No, if she goes there, then I'll never see her. Then make a teleporter if you want to see her more frequently," the chicken joker, with a cluck. Then a bright expression came across the man's face as he exclaimed in excitement, "That's a great idea. I already had something on the drawing board, but now I'm gonna put my full attention into it." As they watched the happy man dash off to start his project, leaving the two in the dust as Cluck stated, "Glad to see him so spunky. But what are we gonna do with how in the meantime? Torchwick and the other creatures aren't getting transported till next week. Pura and Robbie have already gone out to dig up another singularity soul. And, knowing those two, they'll have something in a day. So once they get back, I guess we can use her as a guard dog for the time being," Egon told her, making Ungoliant chatter her fangs in protest. Making Egon shot his gaze to her and exclaimed, "Oh, I'm sorry. Do you have anything else in mind that a giant spider like yourself can do?" Ungoliant looked like she wanted to say something, but stopped and just shifted her dozens of eyes away. Suddenly she began to produce a silk from her abdomen, and with her many legs, spun it into a sheet that she gave to the man. Looking over the dark cloth, he said, "Okay, that's impressive. You want to keep the highly radioactive crystal that causes immediate changes in a creature with the already giant spider?" Cluck asked him rhetorically. Just then, Professor Genus came into the room with his Pura pad and informed them, "No need to worry, I ran some tests and I found out she's immune to the radiation." Funnily enough, just before they all could relax, he then followed up, saying, "Also she eats light and uses it to spin webs made from the darkness." Egon stops. He looks down at the silk sheet he was carrying, the one he was just given by the same spider they were talking about, realizing it was made of an intangible substance, and asked, "What?" As if nothing else could surprise the man for the day, he heard a pair of fast and familiar footsteps running in the hallways and getting closer. Once they reached the open door, he heard ragged breathing he was all too familiar with. He distinctly heard two sets of feet and breathing, but only knew the first by heart. Repressing a groan, he asked, "Yes, Izuku, what is it this time?" He trailed off as he turned around. Catching his breath with Chopper beside him, Izuku heaved out, "We have a problem." "What kind of?" He fell off while looking at what he held in his arms and finished asking, "Problem?" A little bundle of white was tucked protectively in his arms, and it unraveled to reveal a small girl with long white hair, red eyes, a single horn on her right forehead, wearing ragged clothes, and covered in scars. Understanding what was about to happen, Ungoliant crafted a hammock-like seat for the professor to sit down on alongside a few others. Sitting down on the web, CT told him, "Explain everything." CH-42, a strange find. "Izuku! Izuku!" Chopper exclaimed as he bounded into his office one morning. "Oh, good morning, Chopper." Izuku greeted him as he turned around in his chair. "Let's get breakfast together," Chopper offered in excitement. Izuku smiles and replies, "That sounds great. I forgot to eat before coming here. What did you have in mind?" "Cotton candy," Chopper exclaimed excitedly without missing a beat while jumping into the air, thinking of his favorite food. Izuku sweat drops but keeps smiling as he tells him, That's not a breakfast food, Chopper." "Ice cream." No. Candy. Nope. Chocolate. Izuku sighs as he puts on an exhausted expression, telling him, you can't have sugar first thing in the morning. Chopper looks down in disappointment, but Izuku quickly changes his tune and informs him, but you can cheat it with donuts. Donut? Chopper asked back inquisitively. Seeing he had no idea what he was talking about, Izuku explained, yeah, they are like little tire-shaped pastries with just about anything on or in them. I know a place that sells American-style meals. We can get donuts there. Yay! Chopper cheered while jumping up into the air. Before leaving the facility ground, Izuku donned a simple disguise since he was afraid of being spotted by any more quirk activists, foregoing the lab coat and wearing some of his more plain clothes while wearing sunglasses and a sick mask. After some time, the two boys made their way to the restaurant that Egon frequents. Once they had a seat and got their food, Izuku was surprised by what Chopper got. While he had a plate of eggs, bacon, sausage, toast, hash brown, and a pancake, Chopper on the other hand had over 24 donuts, pancakes, with chocolate chips, chocolate syrup with whipped cream, and a huge glass of chocolate milk. Izuku was equally impressed and disgusted by the amount and how fast he ate it. It was like watching a shonen protagonist scarf down food after a long battle. From the amount of sugar alone he was consuming, his orange juice looked too sweet to drink. But no matter what, the reindeer didn't slow down. Easy Chopper, you're gonna choke. Izuku tried to warn him until he stopped and made a face. Izuku sighed as he watched his little friend chug down the chocolate milk to help pass the food down. Told you so, he groaned. After taking a breath from the food going down, he gasped before exclaiming with tears in his eyes, but it's so good. Izuku just sighs as he picks at his food, watching the little animal continue to scarf down the remains of his breakfast. After a bit of silence, Izuku inquired, hey, Chopper, why did you want to become a doctor? At this point Chopper has polished off all his plates and looked down at the table. While answering, it's a bit personal, but I'll tell you if you tell me. Izuku nods, and Chopper tentatively sips his chocolate milk while saying, it goes back to my earliest memory. Izuku almost regrets asking now, knowing he was in for an origin story. I was once a normal wild reindeer when a strange gas hit my herd. I found out later it was the government trying a bioweapon that could potentially cause the awakening of quirks inside a dormant body. Out of everyone in the herd, I was the only one affected, at least until I hit 4, Chopper tells him. Stopping him for a moment, he inquired, 4 in human years or reindeer? Chopper blinks twice, thinks, then says, yes? Anyway, I gained self-awareness. One day and my body changed. With this, plus my small size, I was kicked out of my herd. But being able to take a human form, the local people tried to hunt me down until I found someone special. He trails off with a sad nostalgic smile. Before continuing, his name was Hiruluk. He was my mentor and father. He gave me my love of medicine and my goal. But that goal was only strengthened when something awful happened. Izuku leaned in, more curious than before as Chopper withheld his emotions and explained. Hiruluk became ill with a disease that had no cure. I was young and dumb as I tried to find a cure and accidentally stumbled upon a medical book on poison plants. So I went out to find it, found my old herd, nearly died, and brought him the mushroom. He cried, hugged me, ate it, and he trailed off while tears ran down his face. Izuku saw this, almost panicked, but told him you don't have to finish that. But why did you think a mushroom would be his cure-all? Chopper sniffed back his feelings as he told him. Hiruluk showed me his stamp of honor, a Jolly Roger, called it his calling card of health, so that when anyone sees it, they'd see only their health on the horizon. A skull and crossbones. Izuku realized where the mistake was. Chopper nods then finishes. Then Doctrine took me in as her apprentice and we came here. After breathing deeply to calm himself, he asks, what about you? Izuku laughed dryly and admitted, not half as bad as yours. But I wanted to be a hero since I was little, but I couldn't. Chopper blinks in confusion then remembers. That's right. You're quirkless, aren't you? Izuku nods sadly and explains, I was picked on and bullied mercilessly by all, even by my own best friend. This fact surprised Chopper and his mouth went open in shock as Izuku continued, but I never gave up until I did and tried to end it all. This shocked him again, but he didn't dare say anything. Why did he had no idea what to say. But Egon found me, and saved me, and gave me new hope. I'm grateful to him, forever. Izuku told him with a sad nostalgic smile. I feel the same about Hiruluk and Doctrine. Chopper agreed with him. After a very long session of silence between the two, Izuku finally finished his food and offered, let's go back to the facility. It has been a while. Yeah, Chopper agreed, looking and sounding just as sad as he. After Izuku paid and the two began to walk back to the facility in silence at the re-emerge of their old wounds, mixed with regret for asking about it, they were stopped in the street out of nowhere. Hey you, a voice called out, causing the two to turn around and see a guy approaching them as he asked, you're that Midoriya doctor guy, aren't you? Izuku got a bit nervous, but he played it off as calmly as he could, waving his hands and cracking his voice, answering, ha. Sorry, I think you have mistaken me. Well, I got a dash dot. Before he could run off with Chopper, he ran into someone who was directed behind him and found 3 other people blocking their path and surrounding them. One of the people turned their hands into a blade and sliced off his sick mask and sunglasses, revealing his face. They all sneered at him with sinister smiles as the blade guy said, nah, you're the guy. The quirkless little rat who thinks he can have such a high station in our society. Look, I don't want any trouble, Izuku said while putting his hands up defensively. But we do, see, one of the other guys said while turning their hands into guns. What do you even want with me? What have I ever done to you? Izuku exclaimed. You exist, simply as that. Your whole existence is a complete abstract of nature. The gun-handed man told him in a half yell. And we, card-carrying members of the MLA, have a duty to get rid of scum like you, said the sword-armed person. Chopper jumped in front of Izuku and proclaimed, keep away from Izuku. He's a great person. You're the one who's scum. If you want to get to him, you'll have to go through me first. Chopper dash dot. Izuku attempted to dissuade him. But one of the thugs told him, that's the plan. The MLA also deals with unnatural mutants like you, Tanuki. Chopper looked down at the ground as the gun-handed man pointed his weapons at them, gripping his hooves and saying with an angry, shaky voice, I'm a reindeer. Just before the gunman could fire at them, Chopper yelled, God. Point. And suddenly Izuku was swallowed up by a sea of light brown fur as he heard the gunshots go off, only for the sound of something bouncing being heard. Managing to get his face out of the fur, he saw Chopper's face sticking out of it. Pushing against the fur body, Izuku noticed how springy it was, but dense. Whoa, I didn't know you could do this, Izuku exclaimed in amazement. I can do way more, Chopper told him as the huge fur ball receded into him while putting his hooves together in a small opening shape. Looking through it, he called out, scope. Chopper looked over at their assailants and then stated, aha. The gunman shook himself out of his shock and pointing his weapon at them he announced, you'll pay for that, raccoon dog. Chopper ran up to the man and suddenly changed forms again while yelling, heavy point. From a small reindeer human to a huge man-like creature that vaguely resembled Bigfoot, with a more human version of a Chopper's face formed with bulging muscles. Catching the man off guard by his transformation, he turned his hand into a fist and bringing it down on his head yelled, heavy gong. The man spat out blood from the crushing blow to his head and passed out. Chopper quickly turned around and ran to 2 of the men, making them cower by his huge form. Chopper then transformed again and called, walk point. Chopper then turned into what looked like a normal reindeer and charged at the 2 men at top speed. Launching off his feet, he transformed again, this time into what looked like a teenage version of Chopper with antlers 3 times the size of his body. He yelled out while crashing into the men, horn point, horn cannon. Ramming into the 2 of them with great force, they flew across the street before slamming into a wall where they both passed out. How the hell is he doing that? One of the goons announced as he turned his head into an old cannon and yelled, take this. The shot was fired and the shocked Chopper appeared to be sucked into the attack. Got it, cheered the man at the smoking spot. Suddenly the smoke began to stir and out popped a very unusually shaped Chopper, who kinda looks like an egg. Taking a familiar fighting stance, he said, Kung Fu. Point. Chopper then bounces towards the cannon man and begins to hit him with a flurry of Kung Fu attacks until he falls over in seconds from the flurry of blows. However, He didn't notice another goon coming from the side. But Izuku does and yells, "Chopper, look out." Chopper turns his head and sees the man fast approaching with malicious intent, until a spider web comes from nowhere and taps the man against the building, saving the reindeer's life. Surprised by this, he looks around to see who saved him, only to see Izuku, standing at the opposite end of the attack with his hand stretched out with webs coming out of it. His mouth shot open in surprise and babbled, "Izuku, what's dash?" "Spider web splinter. Egon told me to not leave the lab without a splinter," Izuku explains quickly before pointing behind him where a giant person was caught in the webs and trying to free himself. "But listen, this guy is too big to take down." "But I have an idea," Izuku quickly says as Chopper smiles. The giant troll man finally breaks free from the webs and looks around to see an idly standing Izuku. He looms over him while stating, "Ha ha, all alone, just like any quirkless runt." He then quickly surveys the area and asks him, "Hey, where'd the raccoon go?" Izuku pouts and then tells him off. "He's not a tanuki. He's a dash dot. Reindeer," Chopper announces as he bursts from the ground with horn point. Suddenly the ground gives out under the giant man and he falls to his chin where he knocks it hard, stunning him. From there Chopper turns into walk point and grabs Izuku on his back where he runs around the giant while Izuku secured him down with more webs. After going around twice they finally stop. Izuku jumps off Chopper as he turns back into his brain point. "Now you hold tight until the cops get here," Izuku tells the roll before turning to Chopper and telling him, "Chopper, we did it." Chopper seems a bit perplexed by this until he realizes it and gets just excited as he is exclaiming, "We did. Yeah, I guess we did." Chopper then jumps into Izuku's arms while they both dance and spin and laugh and cheer at their victory while the troll just looks at them in frustration. Izuku puts the reindeer down and praises him. "And you were amazing. How'd you do all that?" "You thought it was amazing?" Chopper asks in confusion before he starts to get giddy and dances while curing him. Don't be stupid, you idiot. You can't praise me. I won't be affected at all by your affections, you big dum-dum." "Yeah, you are showing it." Izuku's sweat drops as he watches his tone and body not match his words. Just then the troll person broke free from his web restraint and picked himself out of the hole, looming over the two while boasting, "That wasn't half bad, kids. But it'll take more than that to keep me down." "Oh crap," Izuku yelled while cowering. "Any last words?" the troll asked them as he smiled with his sharp teeth. Chopper then reached into his hat, pulled out an orange-collared ball, and popped it into his mouth. He said while crunching down on it, "Rumble ball." At that moment, Chopper began to grow and grow and grow until he outsized the troll man. His antlers grew large and twisted, his body shaggy, and his form like that of a twisted depiction of a Wendigo. "What dash? What the?" the troll cried in shock while looking up at the monster. Chopper roared and reeled his hand back while yelling, "Cloven rose palm." Chopper hit the troll square in the face with his open hoof hand and knocked him so hard he went down in one blow. The huge monster then turned around and loomed over Izuku, who was starting and standing idly in a mix of shock and horror. Gulping, he asked cautiously, "See Chopper?" Chopper smiles and says back, "It's okay, Izuku." Quickly calming down, he gets excited and calls out, "Whoa, I don't even know where to start. But you look so cool." Once again his eyes light up, and he begins to get all giddy and dances while insulting him. "Oh, stop it, you fool. You can't make me feel all giddy over your compliments." Izuku laughs awkwardly before he feels the ground underneath him start to crack and give in. He looked down seeing the fast-forming cracks and exclaimed, Chopper, I think we should go." Chopper stops his dancing and looks down seeing the ground give out under him. He panics and turns back into his brain point. Even with the weight reduction, Chopper landing on his feet was enough to finally make the ground break apart and send the two of them falling into the source system of Japan. Luckily the fall wasn't very hard or long, so they didn't get hurt, especially since the sweet water below broke some of the fall. Izu got up while rubbing his back and complaining, "Well, that was unpleasant." Chopper also arises from the water and shakes himself off, apologizing. "Sorry. I always forget how much Monster Point weighs." Izuku tries his best to wring out the sewage and tells him, "Well, let's get out of here and back to the lab before Egon freaks. I think he'll do that anyway when he finds out." Chopper tells him before his ears perk up and he says, "What was that?" "What?" Izuku asks back. I heard something, Chopper tells him, making Izuku stand on edge as the Raindo looks around with his ears before pointing to a spot and shouting, There! Izuku took hold of the splinter and called out while holding his hand and demanded, Come out. I don't want to hurt you. Just then a small child peeks around from behind a corner, her face wet with tears as Izuku calms down and says, It's just a child. Thank goodness. Chopper sighs with relief. Izuku puts his hands down and holds them out while going down to her level and saying in a calmer tone, Hey, it's okay. I'm not gonna hurt you. You just scared. Meh. That's all. Bit by bit the girl comes out of her hiding spot and walks towards Izuku through the sludge until she finally rests her tiny hands on his larger one. There she tears up and asks, help me. Of course, I'll help you. Don't be afraid. He tells her while taking her into his arms and asking, Did you lose your mummy? If she did, I think Doctrine would like to have a word with her foot to her face. Chopper tells him while looking over the girl's less favorable condition. What's a mummy? The girl asks back. The two boys' eyes widened with shock and Chopper states, That's not a good sign. Then what's wrong? Izuku prompts her further. She sniffles a bit before saying vaguely as she looks behind her. His. Coming. Who? Chopper inquired. The bad man with the mask, she exclaimed. Izuku pets the panicking girl's head and tells her reassuringly, Don't worry. I'll protect you from that man. We'll take you to a safe place. We will, Chopper exclaimed. Yes, of course we will, Izuku stated back firmly. What's your name? He asks. The girl gently. Ieri, she answers. CH-43, prepare for the worst. After explaining their whole story to the man, Egon's eyes roll back and he falls off his hammock as Izuku says nonchalantly, and Egon went into cardiac arrest. Again, Chopper exclaimed in fright. I'm on it, Dr. Oprington says as she comes in on her cot with a defibrillator. Putting it on his now bare chest, she says, Clear. A shock of electricity jolts across his body and Egon's gasps air while yelling, I've. Welcome back to the land of the clinically depressed, Professor, the doctor tells him. Good to be back, Egon says back sarcastically while coughing. So you stole a kid. Egon watered down their story while buttoning up his shirt. I didn't steal her per se. Just taking her away from a perceived threat, Izuku said with an uncomfortable smile. That's kidnapping, Egon shot back. Does it count when a kid looks like that? Chopper shoots back. Looking at the girls in the teen's arms, he shrugs and agrees. Good point. But where did she come from? Professor Genus asks. She hasn't said. We just got here as fast as we could, Izuku informed them. Through the sores. Chopper adds with a disgusted shiver. That explains the smell, Genus says while pinching his bare nose. It's days like this that make me glad my sense of smell is practically useless, Dr. Orpington says with satisfaction as Genus glares at her gloating. Egon sighs and says, Well, let's clean you three up, give you a checkup, and figure out what to do with EMI. Eri, Izuku corrects him, making Egon look off to the side. Just then Megan comes into the room and asks, Sir, are you busy? No, I just finished up here. What is it? Egon tells her as she opens her mouth, only for it to fall short when she looks behind him and sees the huge spider standing behind him. She points to it in fear and Egon sighs while saying, Yes, I am aware of the giant spider behind me. Was that there the whole time? Chopper exclaimed while seeing the huge arachnid behind him with dozens of glowing red eyes. Egon waved at her and Chopper off while saying, Explanation later. What is it? Megan. Megan composes herself and clearing her throat she says, The Prime Minister and Principal of UA are on the phone in regards to Pacifica. Fuck me with a chainsaw. Egon blankly curses, only to feel immediate regret as he looked over to Eri who had wide eyes staring at him. Even everyone else was staring at the girl, which is when he carefully asked, She didn't hear that, did she? Let's pretend she didn't, Izuku agreed. Changing subjects, he says while rolling up his sleeves. Genus, you help the kids. Clean up, change, and go to Doctrine for a physical to make sure they did discover a new disease. I gotta do an adult. After a long while, Egon finally emerged from his office looking both pale and exhausted as he marched through the hallways with Doctrine at his side and he complained, What? A drag. How'd it go explaining a new subcontinent in the middle of the ocean? She asked. Him I'm a serious tone. He blew a raspberry and explained. Nezu was understanding that it had nothing to do with him directly. But the Prime Minister. Ho, that bitch can make you wanna claw metal. I asked her if she wanted to keep an ever-growing dragon in Japan and find a way to feed it. I'm surprised she didn't take you up on it. You know, to use it as a super weapon, she inquired. He shook his head in a form of aggravated amusement and told her, oh, she did. But only after I told Torchwick wouldn't listen and would probably kill everything. Did she dash? Doctrine tried to ask. Only for Egon to cut her off and list off in irritation. Yes, she asked if I or Izuku would want to join the armed forces. I politely declined and told her we had no interest or skills in running an army over one dragon, and that he was a baby. She then chews on her toothpick a bit while staring at him. Knowing she wasn't here to let him vent, Egon got to the point of her company and asked, but enough of that. How's the kids? Clean and disease-free, thank goodness. But that Eri girl is a different story. She explained while telling him. She was so scared the entire time. She has to bathe with Izuku. She wouldn't leave him, and every time one of us came in, she would start to shake, especially around Dr. Orpington. And don't even get me started on the medical devices. I thought she'd pass out when I pulled out a stethoscope. There's more to her. What about her quirk? Egon prompted further. This was when Cluck came beside him in her chart and said, it took us forever to get a blood sample. She was crying and clinging to Izuku, begging him to make us stop. Eventually, we drugged her. Egon stopped as he grabbed the chicken by her neck and exclaimed in a yell, you. What? Laughing nervously while Doctrine looked on in amusement, she said, perhaps I should rephrase that. We used the drowsy poppy to put her to sleep. Egon thought back for a moment and remembered when Dr. Hollerhock brought that same plant to him. It looked just like a regular poppy flower, but once he took a whiff of it, he was out like a light for 2 hours. From what he was told after the fact, it was supposed to help people with severe insomnia. After hearing this, he calmed down and let the bird go while saying, you should have said that. So, what's her quirk? You're never gonna believe this, but she's one of those rare singularity cases. Cluck told him. She is, Egon and Doctrine said in unison. The chicken nods, and taking out her Pura pad, she explains. It's called Rewind. And it causes any and all living matter she comes in contact with to revert to a previous state, both physically, biologically, or evolutionary. Crap, Egon said while biting his fingers. And she has no control over it, she added. Double crap, Egon exclaimed. But that's not all, she adds again, getting amused by his expression. Please don't make me say crap any more than I have to, Egon practically begged, while grabbing his hair. I read her mind with the telepathy splinter, and for a long time she was in the company of the Yakuza, she explained quickly. Yakuza, Egon exclaimed, while Doctrine just looked lost. Her memory is a bit fuzzy, due to her not understanding what she was seeing and hearing, but they need her for some kind of plan to, if my understanding is correct, erase quirks, she explained more in depth. Egon walks about for a bit while thinking aloud and says, that makes sense. If Eri can cause a living thing to revert to a previous state, then that means she can cause a person to go back before they got their quirk, or even just erase the gene from their DNA entirely. Cluck shivered at the thought and stated, I don't want to go back to being a normal chicken. Seeing this was already getting out of hand, Doctrine unplugged a bottle of wine and said with surprising calmness, well, then we have to tell the Prime Minister about this. If we have her, then it is only a matter of time before they come to get her. Egon sighs exhausted again and tells her, I'm already dancing on eggshells after she found out about Pacifica and Torchwick. I'll try the Hero Public Safety Commission. A bit later, Otto and Anima had waited a long time for Egon to come out of his office, but to no avail. Whatever he was saying to the HPSC had to be important for it to be going on this long. However, curiosity overruled any sense of moral high ground, and they both placed an ear, or whatever Otto has, to the door and listen in. From the sound of it, it seemed like they had just come in on the tail end of it, judging by the sound of the ever-increasing stress in their boss's voice. This isn't a joke. We're in real danger here, and if they come, we'll dash. What? Hello? Hello? Egon called out from the phone line before he screamed into the receiver. Jump up your ass and die. The two scientists quickly moved away from the door as they heard the sound of his angry footsteps stomping towards them. Egon came out, leaned against the door, and pulled his hair back while exclaiming in terror, "We're dead in the water. They won't believe me." "Then what do we do now?" Otto asks. Egon slams his fist into his palm and declares, "We prep and strike back when they do." The two scientists look at one another, nod, then turn back to the man where they nod in affirmation. But before they could start on this plan, a peppy and familiar voice called, "Oh yeah, check it. Ace researchers Robbie and Pura have come back." He, called the voice of Robbie as he struck a pose in the hallway with Pura holding her signature rock on hand signed to her winking face. Egon dashed towards the two, grabbing them in a hug while exclaiming, "Robbie, Pura, am I glad to see you two safe and well. Didn't realize we meant so much to you, Professor," Robbie said a bit flattered. Egon pulled away and replied, "Well, that and we're probably gonna be attacked by the Yakuza soon." "What?" Pura asked as her glasses nearly fell off her face. Egon waves them off and then inquires, "I'll explain later, but first, I didn't think you two would be back so soon." Robbie smiled brightly while saying with a dance, "When you have an army of mechanical wonders to do all the nitty-gritty, things progress real fast. We went back to the location you found the Singularity Soul the first time around, and established a base camp. Afterward, we found a vein of the Singularity Soul, and came back here while leaving the robots to continue excavation," Pura informed him while showing off huge crystal nodes of the Singularity Soul carried by robots. Egon sighs and says, "It's good to know we'll have a larger supply, and a new guard dog for it." The two ancient scientists look at one another and shrug, and just before Egon goes to take care of other businesses, Robbie exclaimed, "And one other thing." Egon turns around inquisitively as he tells him, "While mining for this stuff, we're accidentally stumbled upon an ancient cave where we found something cool." Egon waits for the rest of the story, but when both were just drawing out the tension, Egon practically yelled, "Well, don't leave us in suspense. Tell us what it was." "We're not entirely sure what it is, whether it's a new species or alien dash dot," Pura started. "We're going with aliens," Robbie interjected. Pura sighs while pushing him aside and saying, "But we found this." Then two robots brought in a huge tube tank with what looked to be the largest bluest starfish that had ever been seen. In addition, it had one huge yellow eye in the center of its body. With mouths dropped open in shock, Pura introduced, "We've decided to call it Starro." Anima was frantically taking notes and pictures while Otto fainted. Egon managed to calm down and not go into cardiac arrest again as he breathed deeply and said as nonchalantly as he could, "Well, I'll be damned. They did bring me an alien. CH-44, the alien. So what can you tell me about our friend Starro?" Egon asked Professor Genus as the two observed several scientists running around the starfish alien and doing things to it from behind the glass of the observation room. Genus looked over his Pura pad and informed him, "Every living creature in this world is carbon-based. This isn't anything else," Egon prompted. "Sentient, sapient, has its language. The whole 9 yards," he answered back. "But you can't talk with it?" Egon inquires. This time it was Izuku who answered as he walked into the observation chamber. "Not even a little. It understands no English and can't write or read. Not even. Chopper can communicate with it, and he can talk to any animal on Earth, extinct or otherwise." Egon then asks, "Have you tried a translator like the ones for Otto and Cluck?" Genus nodded and answered, "We are, but it's still a very simple creature in its biology. Hard to translate brain waves when your whole body is a brain." Ares seems to like him. Izuku chippered in, watching the young girl, now clean, and in a change of clothes stand and stare memoized by the alien. Egon sighs sadly and says, "To be fair, she'll like anything she sees so long as it isn't medical or bird-related." Just then Hatsune barges through the doors of the observation room and announces, "Sir, I think we finally cracked the code. It took a lot of modding, but we've hooked up a two-way translator to Starro." The 3 scientists enter the room and are greeted with the sight of Starro, frantically looking around with his single eye as he was hooked up to several nodes on his body in his own sized tank. The nodes had wires that went into a machine that had a microphone hooked up externally to it. Egon and Izuku looked at one another, and Egon offered first, taking the mic he said, "Hello." Starro stopped looking around frantically and stared at Izuku for a long while. After a bit, the machine said back, Who are you?" Seeing the machine work, Izuku explained, "I am Dr. Izuku Midoriya, and this is Professor Egon Cristallo. You're currently in the Neo-Icon Phoenix research facility. You're safe. We won't harm you." Starro looked lost in his words, so Izuku tried, "Do you have a name?" "What is name?" Starro asked back. "It's something that identifies you, but if you don't have one, everyone here has been calling you Starro. Is that all right?" Izuku asked the alien again. Starro looks around a bit before deciding. "Starro. Yes, I am Starro." "Where did you come from?" Egon asks the starfish. "Up," he said. "Up," both he and Izuku said at the same time. Starro turned his eye to the ceiling and explained, "Up. In the stars. From my home. But I'm not home. Haven't been for so long," he said with a voice of longing, before staring intensely at them and stating firmly in a seemingly dangerous tone, "I want to go home." "I'm afraid we can't do that," Izuku tells him. "Why?" Starro asks back in a calm demand. "You live on a planet, yes," Izuku prompts further. "Yes. Large, blue, warm, beautiful," Starro described while looking up. "We have no idea where your home world is or any way of getting you there. I hate to tell you this, but you're stuck." Egon breaks the bad news to it. "Stuck? No," Starro said back in disbelief. But Izuku quickly interjected and told him, "But don't worry. Here at NIP, we're making leaps and bounds in all fields of science. So we'll get you home one day. Just not today. You just need to wait." Starro looks around before replying with gratitude. Wait. Yes, I can wait. Thank you. Let out you into something more comfortable than this tube," Egon's offers, and he can almost swear the alien looked happy. Just before wrapping up in the observation room, Robbie exclaimed, "One more thing." All eyes turned to the man as he proclaimed, while transporting Starro, "I think he had babies." Gracefully moving to the side, 3 robots held up a fish tank with what looked to be a smaller version of Starro freely swimming around. "Holy crap," Egon murmured as he bit his fist, and Izuku stared in wonder at Eri. "Not babies," Starro suddenly said. Going over to the MIC, Izuku asked, "Sorry. Not babies." "Meh," Starro affirmed vaguely. All the scientists looked at one another wondering what the alien meant until Genus piped up and inquired, "Isn't that just what babies are? A smaller version of you and your partner?" "What I think he means is that they are metaphysical extensions of his consciousness. Once the copy adheres to a host, they can communicate what Starro thinks and feels, even allowing him to understand a foreign language and control," said host like a puppet. Pura answered for them while bursting into the observation chamber. All the scientists go from staring at her to one another, then back at her where Izuku asks, "That's all well and good, but how did you figure that out?" She then motions into the hallway where they saw something both amazing and terrifying. Laying on the ground and being attended by other robots was a robot who had its faceplate ripped off and its AI processor was destroyed and fried. It looks damaged beyond repair, with only short-circuiting and spacing from whatever was left of the motherboard. Next to it was one of the little Starus that appeared to be dead with the faceplate stuck to its underside. And apparently when removed from the host, it kills them and the copy. Pura put forth, "I'm glad it was just a robot." Izuku sighed while biting his fist in stress. Suddenly a light bulb went across Egon's head and he stated with a knowing smile, "And I think they could come in handy." CH-45, Attack of the Yakuza. Hidden within the many cities of Japan was a storage and package facility that was used as a crafty cover-up for the main base of the Yakuza. Within its confines is the office of its current leader, Overhaul, waiting impatiently for any news on his recently vanished secret weapon. At some point, his second-in-command, a gray-haired man shaped like arrows, known as Chronostasis, enters the office and stands before his leader while telling him, "So we've located where Eri is. She's been brought to that new research facility that opened recently, but the tracker died after a few hours. For all we know, they could have taken her elsewhere." "They wouldn't," Overhaul says with certainty. His right-hand man looked at him in confusion as he continued, "They know about us and that we would find them. They are trapped and know it." "What do you suggest we do?" Chronostasis asks. "Well, try diplomacy," then invade. Overhaul tells him after thinking it over. The gray-haired man bowed deeply and said, "Right away, sir." With that, he took the phone to his boss's desk and punched in the numbers for the NIP building, let it ring, then gave it to his boss. The phone rang for a second then was picked up where the voice of Josie. "Hello, this is the front office of the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility. This is Dash Dot." She tried to say until Overhaul cut her off viciously. "Cut the crap and transfer me to you, boss. This is the leader of the Yakuza speaking." He hissed at her in a firm tone that emanated ever but if his repressed rage. The woman gasped before the line was cut, and a moment later, Egon picked up, not sounding happy at all as he half yelled back, "Professor Egon Cristallo. Who is this and why are you making my staff cry?" "This is Overhaul of the Yakuza," Overhaul told him. There was silence for a long while until Egon spoke up again and said, sarcastically, "Right, and I'm All Might's mom." Overhaul said nothing in return, and feeling what the man was putting out over the phone, Egon observed aloud, "You're serious? Well, I have nothing to say to you. I'm reporting you to the heroes." Before he could hang up, Overhaul slammed his hand on the desk and said, "I know you have her." Egon paused and asked back, "Huh? Who's her?" "The girl, Eri. She's my asset. Give her to me and I won't dismantle your whole building," Overhaul offered. Suddenly the phone was taken from him and a new younger voice answered. "Geez, that sounds like a real convincing argument," the voice said with heavy sarcasm, before drawing it out in silence and saying, "Boo-woo-woo, nah. If you want her, come and get her, if you can. Don't worry, I'll make a spot ready for you and your group in our morgue. Toodles." The phone line went dead and Overhaul slammed the phone back on the receiver, with enough force to break it. After seeing this and waiting for his leader to calm down, Chronostasis asked, "Invasion?" Overhaul gripped his hands tightly and breathed an angry sigh before affirming, "Invasion. Sometime later. Here they come right on time," Pura said as she looked through a periscope device attached to the building. A few miles away from their location, several large carrier trucks were zooming their way. Not so inconspicuous ones that immediately tipped them off that they were part of the Yakuza invasion. They knew it would happen today, the planes fore and calculated it, and the thugs proved them right. "They are way too easy to predict," Cho scoffed as she manned a set of controls that maneuver the many defensive measures in, on, and around the building and its land. Seeing the trucks get within a mile of them, Pura told her, "Begin the defense measures." Cho pushed some buttons and said, raising the gate and tower turrets. As the trucks rapidly approached, a long line of thick concrete walls erected up from the ground around the edges of the facility's property lines, 20 feet high and 2 feet thick, with an added illusion splinter on it, making it appear to be made of something flimsy. Besides them were several small towers of concrete that had a single turret gun on top. The turrets locked into the incoming trucks and began to unload their ammunition. The trucks sustained heavy damage but kept pressing on until they came to the wall. Thinking they would easily break through, they didn't stop until they saw 3 trucks hit the wall and explode. The ones who stopped short ended up exploding when the wall plasma cannons began blasting them point blank. All seemed well until one of the trucks, that was farther back, sped to the wall, and everyone inside jumped out just before impact. When it did, the vehicle exploded in a blast so powerful that it destroyed the wall and 2 of the tower turrets. Pura groaned and reported, "They broke through our first line of defense. Activate roadblocks." Cho nods and pushes more buttons to affect the outside. As several trucks rushed in through the new hole, many more hidden traps sprang up. Road spikes that burst the tires, piping that spilled oil, and even mechanics that made the street uneven, with potholes and bumps, making many more vehicles tumble over or crash, allowing the turrets to take them out. One even exploded, which caused the oil around the area to catch fire and set off a chain reaction. However, this didn't stop them for long, as several more armored trucks with non-air-inflated tires barrel through all the previous and current defenses. Pura sucks air through her teeth and says worried, They got through those. They sure are persistent. But not very smart. They still haven't entered the building and are using the same strategy. Bum rushing," Cho observed through several monitors. "With how this attack is going, you'd think they are just trying to distract us," Cluck added while sitting beside Cho. Otto, who was running calculations, noticed something on the sonar and said, Looks like they are. Choseisen asks, let me guess. From the rear with the same strategy. Otto only nods and she says with disappointment, I thought these guys were supposed to be a threat, not a joke. Ever since heroes became a thing, the Yakuza have been taken down so far that they are no different than regular thugs, Cluck informed her. At this time, Izuku and Egon, who was standing silently in the back and watching this unfold, spoke up and stated firmly, thugs or not, they are still dangerous. Keep an eye on their progress. If they enter the building, we'll have to take drastic measures, Egon told them. Pura waves her hand and says back, rightio boss man. But don't worry, they may have gotten to the front door, but the defenses are taking them down quickly. And it doesn't look like they have a large force. As she said this, from outside the armored trucks pulled up to the front and began to unload people only for things to go backward for them. The moment the doors opened, a hailstorm of bullets and cannon fire was thrust on them. Any that survived or were lucky enough to keep the doors closed has to deal with the plasma rail cannons. One by one trucks began to explode and people were torn to shreds by the gunfire. Any who got close enough to the front entry was attacked by strangling and tickling vines, grass as sharp as blades, snapdragons with teeth, hypnotic pitcher plants and roses bushes, the whipping willow, pine tree, and cactus that shot its needles, daisy flowers that screamed loud enough to damage an eardrum, and so much more. Robbie, who was looking through another periscope, informed them, don't look now, but we have a large carrier coming this way. What's it doing? Izuku asks him. From the outside, as stated, a large carrier truck positions its at the destroyed concert wall, and when it parks, several viced people all come out. One of them is a short man in a purple parka with fur trim, black hair, sharp eyes, and a uniquely designed bird mask. Wait, is that the Yakuza boss? Robbie asks. Let me see, Izuku demanded while pushing him aside. Looking through, he saw the man and said, yep, that's him. Pura looks through her scope and says, looks like they have a warper. Back outside, the Yakuza had all converged just outside the concrete protection walls with one man in a strange mask that had purple hair and was beginning to do something with his glowing hands. Is the anti-warp quirk generator up and running? Egon asked his people. Long before they got here, Honey Lemon announced from another room. I'm sending out a sniper drone. Cho told him as she pressed some buttons, and an opening revealed on the outside of the facility. There a single object was launched into the sky shaped like a ball. After being launched up 100 feet, it unveiled at 50 and began to fly at 30. It was shaped like a drone with 4 fan rotors and a single sniper rifle built into it. It flew over in near silence to the gangsters and aimed its barrel at the warper. Within a moment, the shot was taken and the warper dropped to the ground. Goddamn. Now for the leader, Cho announced as she maneuvered the barrel towards the leader. Once she had the man in her camera's sight, he turned and looked at the drone, suddenly causing the picture to go static for a moment before he did some kind of motion, and the drone was knocked from the air before hitting the ground and cutting off the video feed. What the? Something shot down the drone, Cho announced. What are they even trying to accomplish? They lost their whole armada. How are they expecting to get in? Robbie asked as the back security measures were also breached and fending them off. Thinking about all they have witnessed so far from the Yakuza's invasion, Izuku thought it over in his mind while muttering quietly to himself. Then a thought crossed his mind and he said with dread in his tone, wait a second, I've seen this before. He looked through one of the cameras and saw Overhaul doing something, and remembered his quirk. Oh no, this is bad, he exclaimed while jumping back. Everyone looked at him and Egon asked, what? Cannon fodder, Izuku exclaimed as he ran to grab something sturdy. Cannon fodder. Wait. Oh no, Egon exclaimed as he too realized what Izuku was saying and doing. Before anyone could inquire as to what their bosses were talking about, he too grabbed onto something sturdy and yelled. The attack was just to clear a path. Take cover, Izuku yelled as the other scientists scrambled to hook themselves down. Back outside, Overhaul had removed his glove and placed his hand on the ground, ever so slightly. Upon this, the very earth shot out like a wave mixed with a bullet, and hurtled right for the building. The security measures could do nothing at all as all of them were destroyed or uprooted by the blast of earth and stone. The front of the building took the brunt of the impact and caved in a huge blast before calving. the front entryway inwards and violently shaking the whole building. After the shaking had stopped and the staff regained their composure, Izuku announced, "We've been breached. Places everyone, we're taking down these wannabes once and for all." CH-46, Attack of the Yakuza. Part 2. Nice place they got here. Too bad we have to wreck it. One of the Yakuzas. 8 Bullets comments as they walk through the now-destroyed front entryway of the research building. Broken and fragmented pipes of everything under the sun litter the floor as they walk in, their leader taking the front and looking impatient and irritated. Getting inside was a snap after destroying the front way thanks to their boss's quirk. All the defense measures had been busted beyond use and anything left was double destroyed thanks to Rappa and Hekiji. Nothing was left to surprise them as they casually strolled inside. A small cadre of around 24 Yakuza grunts was left. After the initial attack, alongside the 8 Bullets, the boss, and his right and left hand men. But before the bullet could start destroying anything that was still standing or left untouched, Overhaul firmly and strictly stopped him as he said, "We're not here for vandalism, just the girl and the heads of all who work here. Especially that of Professor Egon and Dr. Izuku." "Yes, sir," all the Yakuza said together. One of the more peppery members of the 8 Bullets got fired up and exclaimed, "No one mouths off to the Yakuza. Let's get him." "Wait." Overhaul stopped him before he rushed in. Looking around a bit, he pointed to the first dozen underlings and told them, "You all go ahead first." The underlings gulped nervously and nodded as they all took up arms and began to carefully walk through the main foyer. Things seemed to be going well so far. Nothing suspicious until they came upon the main fish tank at the center of the room that somehow managed to get broken open by the attack. Inside the tank were many different fish that had been experimented on at the facility, mostly for profit. Fish are deemed safe for the public to have on account of them being nearly harmless and pretty to look at. Inside with all the strange fish in the surprisingly large tank were dozens of rather large blue starfish with a single yellow eye staring off into nothing. One of the underlings looked into the tank, saw the starfish, and commented, "Yeesh, those are some ugly-looking starfish. What the hell are they doing here?" Another grunt joined him to stare at the strange creatures, only for one of them to move its single eye in their direction. The first grunt asked, "Wait, is it looking at us?" Before they could think about it, the second grunt felt something wet hit his head, and looking up he saw that one of the starfish had climbed its way up the side of the tank and was looking down at him. He gasped, and before he could do anything else, it jumped down and latched onto his face. "Ah, get it off. Get it off." He screamed as he tried to rip the creature off of him. As this was happening, one of the other grunts looked to the top of the tank and saw a huge number of them crawling out and yelled, "Look out. Here comes more." As he said this, all the ones left in the tank quickly swam to the top and jumped from the water and other the side, where they began to fly all over the place and latched onto each and every one of the nearby grunts. After they were all caught, they flew toward the other Yakuza members, where Hekiji put up a force field around them, all except Rappa, who moved away from the protection and ran toward the horde of flying invertebrates. "I'm gonna fight the starfishes," he yelled while preparing his punches. "Rappa, no," one of the Bullets called out. Overhaul stopped him and said, "Let him go. It seems they do not affect him. Or they need a sizable and uncovered face to latch onto," Hekiji observed as he watched how no matter what they did, the starfish couldn't latch onto his face, and the huge man was punching away swarm after swarm of them till there were none left, apart from his body, where he pulled them off and threw them to the ground. "That's the last of them," he called back as the ground was littered with the dead creatures and the seemingly dead bodies of the grunts that had gotten a starfish latched onto their face. One of the Bullets walked to one of the downed men and asked while poking him with his foot, "Are they dead?" The question was answered as the single eye looked at the man and grabbed his ankle while screaming, "You will die. Filthy low lives." The Bullet screams and kicks him off as he backs away, watching as all the other people rise back up with their emotionless starfish-covered faces as they all zombie walk to the gangsters and say in unison, "Starro will protect his home. Starro will protect his family. You will die. Mind control starfish." "Interesting," Overhaul said in amusement. The dozen mind-controlled people began to march towards the villains, trying to swarm them. That's when Rappa jumped in again and exclaimed, Don't worry, I'll just rip 'em off and they'll be back to normal. With that he grabbed the closest one, took hold of the starfish and in one swift motion ripped it off alongside the person's face, both falling limp and dead in the huge man's hands as he muttered, "That didn't work. Then I guess they are lost to us." Overhaul sighed, irritated at losing more people. The ensuing battle didn't take long due to their slow speed, unused of their hosts' quirks, and tactics that involved surrounding them. The only thing working in the favor of the mind-controlled grunts was the fact that they didn't experience pain, and can still move even after many broken bones or missing limbs. Within minutes, a dozen grunts were dead on the floor with all the other mind-control starfish. Chronostasis looked down at their fallen people, then at the remains of them, looked to his boss, and offered, "Sir, I don't think we should go onwards with the invasion and extraction. We're the only ones left, and we still don't know what traps and other things are like in here." Overhaul snapped his head to him, causing the man to Juno, as Overhaul affirmed, "We get the girl. That is the top priority. We need her." Chronostasis bit his tongue and replied, "Yes, sir. Fan out and find her. Kill anyone or anything that gets in your way," Overhaul ordered. But before they could do that, one of the bullets pointed down the hallway and asked, like the horde of robots coming this way. As stated, a massive horde of more advanced robots with top-of-the-line weapons came down from the dark hallway in several lines of dozens of single units. The one in front, the leader, commands, "Surrender and you will not be harmed." Overhaul groans and says while taking off his glove as the robots surround them, with weapons drawn, "How annoying." CH-47, Attack of the Yakuza. Part 3. These guys just don't know when to give up, do they? Pura asked as she and the staff locked up inside the security room watched as the Yakuza tore through the massive robots. If it weren't for their leader, the big one, and the one with the force field quirk, then would have dealt with them already, Robbie said as he pressed buttons to ready the indoor security. "Guess we gotta get our hands dirty," Cho said as she cracked her knuckles. "I should have stayed in bed," Wiley groaned. After they made sure the Yakuza would be kept busy for a time, Egon gathered everyone up and asked, "All right, people, you know what to do," everyone replied. Or nodded and he said, "Good, then stay safe." After this, the staff left the security room and went to their divisions to prepare their traps for the invaders. Everyone but Chopper, Doctrine, Wiley, Pura, and Robbie stayed in the security room with Egon. All left except for Izuku, who made a beeline for the facility storage area. Going to one of the man's doors in the hallway he knocked 4 times before, saying in a low tone, "The password is green banana." The door opened and he stepped inside to the dark room. Once in he saw how it looks like any other storage room in the building. High security lockers and dozens of different sizes of mimicuties. After looking around he found the edge of a sheet and pull it up where he found the Morgana triplets, Josie, and Eri hidden under the sheet. The sheet in question was a large black silk sheet that was made by Ungoliant and her website of darkness. The silk produced by her had several effects, the most prominent being that it could cause something hidden under it to turn invisible and act as a one-way mirror once under. Eri was sitting on Josie's lap and watching a video on her phone with her muff on, and upon seeing Izuku she smiled. Izuku sighed with relief at seeing them and asked, "Hey girls, how are you doing?" "Here. We're all right. A bit spooked but we're managing," Megan answered. "How's everything outside?" Millicent inquired. Quickly glancing at the now distracted Eri, Izuku said in a low tone, "Not good. They got through easier than expected, but their numbers are limited. You know the plan, right? Stay in here under the invisibility sheet. If someone breaks in we stay quiet and sick the mimicutie on them. If that fails we put up the force field and evacuate it to the escape pod at the back." Morgan listed off. "Excellent," Izuku praised. Just before he left, Eri tugged on his lab coat and said, "Mr. Doctor." Izuku kneeled to her and said back, "Just call me Izuku, Eri. Are you doing all right? Do you want snacks? Is everything okay? Are they here?" she asked with fear in her tone. Izuku thought up the best way to say it without upsetting her or setting off her quirk, so he smiled, petted her head, and told her, "Things are confusing right now, but we have it all under control. Do you remember what we talked about?" She nods and lists off. "I stay in here with all the pretty girls and they will protect me. And if someone comes then I have to stay quiet. And if things get loud then I Stay calm and Ms. Josie will get me away. The girl giggles at her statement, especially at the pretty girl's part, making Izuku blush. Clearing his throat, he praises her. Good job. Now don't worry, we're all here to protect you. I'll come back when things are safe. With that, he puts the sheet back on top of them and leaves the room, getting ready for the fight ahead. Robotics Division. After the brawl with the robot army, the Yakuza thought the best way to find Eri, with the limited amount of time and people they had, would be to split up and search the whole complex. Each of the 8 bullets went by themselves or in groups of 2 or 3, alongside a small group of the dozen or so grunts they had left. Mimic was the only one to go solo since he could cover more ground quicker. With his quirk, Chronostasis went with Overhaul as protection. The group consisting of Rapper and Hekiji walked down the Robotics Division with a small following of just 2 grunts, looking through every room for Eri, but coming up with nothing every time. After a short time, Rapper impatiently complained, much to Hekiji's annoyance. Now where could they be? Hekiji asked aloud, also becoming impatient. Suddenly Hatsume jumped from behind a corner and yelled while spitting a raspberry, Yuhu, Mr. Gangster. Get them, Hekiji commands as the grunts and Rapper run after him. They ran after him till they turned a corner and saw a flash of white enter a large, open double doorway. The Yakuza ran into the room to find it to be large, honest. An empty tea from a large mirror at one end of the metal room apart. They looked around the room, finding nothing, especially the one-eyed man. Where is that guy? Rapper asked, excited to punch something. Looking around the strange room, Hekiji asked, better question, where are we? At our mercy. A voice said over a loudspeaker on the wall suddenly found the double doorway slamming shut and bolted tightly. And unfortunately for you too. We're fresh out of it, said the voice again as they turned their attention to a large mirror. The mirror changed into a window and behind it stood Hatsume and Cho, both looking at the crooks with smiles on their faces. Rapper went up to the glass and demanded, come out and face us. Hatsume rolled his eyes and was vexed. Oh? But where's the fun in that? After all, we need to field test some of our new robots and machines. And you two will make for the perfect guinea pigs. Cho then pressed several buttons in the control room and from the walls and ceiling, several kinds of weapons and robots began to pour out. Have fun, Hatsume said in a chipper voice. The ensuing battle was one of many broken machines and a few corpses left in the aftermath. During the fight, Hekiji did what he did best and used his quirk to protect his allies from the hailfire of bullets, energy blasts, bombs, and other such things. Unfortunately, he had to drop the shield when they needed to attack, leaving them open until he covered them back up. This was extremely hard for him as he normally had to only deal with Rapper or someone with more finesse. So, in a short amount of time, all the grunts were dead, leading him to give his full attention to Rapper, which on its own was a chore. Watching as the huge man barked at him to lower the shield every time he wanted to punch something, which was almost all the time. The huge man even got hit a few times but was able to shrug it off. In the end, Rapper was able to rip apart every robot or weapon used, leaving them both extremely tired. In the wake of broken machines, receding busted weapons, and newfound safety, Hekiji said while wiping his brow, that was actually quite a challenge. I loved it, Rapper exclaimed with enthusiasm. Apu, you defeated our weapons and machines. Well, I guess we need to do some serious rework, Hatsume said in mild irritation, pouting like a child. Rapper then raced over to the window and began to pound on it mercilessly, only to quickly find that no matter how hard he hit it, it wouldn't even shake from the vibration. Though that didn't stop him from trying, which made Cho sigh, roll her eyes, and say over the speakers, oh, don't even try that. This glass is quintuple reinforced. It would take all might just to even crack this stuff. Then Hekiji tried to use his air bubble move or explode lung attack, only to find his force fields constantly manifesting on the glass itself. His confusion was rectified when Cho looked at him and explained, and don't think your quirk will work either. We've given it anti-quirk tech. No quirks pass in or out of it. Then what do you intend to do? Keep us here till the police arrive? Hekiji asked, back in a sarcastic tone. The two of them laughed at this offer and Cho told him, I think we can all agree. We're far past any law officials. We're gonna start with this, Hatsume exclaimed while pulling down on a lever. The two thugs got ready for something else to fight, but became confused when they saw a wall rise between them, all the way to the ceiling. And this, Hatsune exclaimed again while pushing 3 tune dials down, causing both halves of the room to go black. Thanks so much for separating ourselves from one another. You made it quite easy, Cho thanked them in a vexing tone. So you put us in different parts of a room and turn off the lights. What? Don't tell me you think we're afraid of the dark. Hekiji shot back, making Rappa laugh on the other end of the wall. Cho shook her head with a sinister glint in her eye and said, "Oh no, nothing like that at all." Then Hatsune jumped in and explained, "I'm sure you've heard of Pacifica, the new subcontent that just appeared, our doing by the way. Well, one of our co-workers was allowed to fill the island with whatever he pleased in an attempt to make a small stable ecosystem. But as you know, when you give a mouse a cookie, so on and so forth." And Rapper asked back, not following at all. Cho rolls her eyes at the question and explains further, and he made many creatures that were deemed too dangerous for the public and the continent. So, they are kept here to be deemed as reworked or destroyed. Behind the doors behind. You are just 2 of them. She then presses several buttons, and 2 large doors, next to where the robots came out of, opened up, where Cho told them. And as for the lights, they much prefer the dark. From the 2 newly opened doors, 2 sets of vastly different eyes bled through, and stared at the 2 gangsters. They both stepped out on steady feet, breath hot and heavy, as their images came to light in the booth behind them. "Yakuza jerks, may I introduce you to the Night Feeder and the Glavenus? Have fun," Hatsune announces as he turns off the window effect, causing the glass to turn back into a mirror and submerge the 2 men in advanced darkness. The Glavenus is a large dinosaur-like creature with dark red scales covering his body. 2 rows of blue, bony plates run along his back, going from the eyes to the tail. His underside is more of a cream color. The unique feature of Glavenus is his huge, sword-like tail. The tail was originally the same color as his back plates, although it will turn a rusty color or a fiery red during the battle. His hind legs are powerful and muscular, while his arms are much smaller and mostly useless in combat. The face and jaws are covered in sturdy plating, particularly resembling the head of a Carnotaurus, though the arms and proportions are modeled after Tyrannosaurus. Every step it takes is hard and heavy. The Night Feeder is a theropod or theropod-like dinosaur that was similar in size to a smaller T-Rex. Not much is known about its appearance. It remained unseen in the darkness, and its silhouette was barely visible even when light was present. However, judging by its form, the Night Feeder heavily resembled the raptors, albeit with a few characteristics unnatural to dromaeosaurids. It appeared to be a chimera of various dinosaurs, with Baryonychian features in the snout, Therizinosaurian or Megaraptor claws, and an unusually short tail. Its eyes glow white in the dark with no visible pupils, and its footsteps are nearly silent. The Night Feeder appeared to be covered in some sort of black, tar-like substance that drips off its body. Creature division. Eri tilde, sang the voice of Tabe as he, his 2 partners, and their combined size grunts walked through the facility division for animals and other such creatures. Getting no response or show of her presence, he sings again in a sweet tone. Come out wherever you are, Tilda. Where is she? This place is huge. For all we know, they have her stashed away in some sort of secret room deep in the earth. Setsuno gripped while cracking his neck. Hey, Yakuza fools. Looking for us, called a voice. The thugs turned to the sound and saw Anima and Otto standing on the far side of a trident-shaped hallway, bent over and shaking their butts at them, which immediately granted them their ire. Get them, all 3 of the bullet losers said in unison, chasing after the man and Octopus. As they chased them through the winding hallways, you saw something small and familiar run down a different hallway. His brain processed it quickly and realized who it was. Eri, you shouted while stopping in his tracks. The rest of the Yakuza stopped and looked around while asking, where? Down that hallway, you points in the direction. Everyone split up, Tabe shouted, and everyone went in pursuit of the girl and 2 scientists. Tabe and Setsuna went with their group, knowing Eri could have trouble in the retrieval, while you took his group after the scientist. The small group of 2 ran after the scientist until they saw them spilled through a doorway at the end of a short hallway. Bursting inside, they saw that Otto was nowhere to be seen, but Anima looked to be cornered at the end of a catwalk on a raised long stage. Ignoring what it was on top of, they ran up the steps and across the walkway where they trapped the unusually calm man. "Huh, nowhere to run now," you gloated, while his underlings chuckled. Anima then put on a show and exclaimed like a cheesy movie actor, "Oh no, whatever shall I do? Oh please have mercy, for I am but a lowly scientist. I have no way to defend myself." You was confused by this reaction and asked aloud, "Why are you saying that with so much sass and sarcasm? It's almost like you got us." "Well, I have," he stated before pointing to a wall and yelling, "Otto, pull the lever." Otto, who was camouflaged, appeared, and wiggling his eyebrows he grabbed a lever and pulled it down. At that point two things happened. Fist a hook on a rope. Near Anima began to rise into the air as he grabbed it to drag him up. And second, the catwalk underneath them fell in and all the things fell into a pool of salt water. Emerging quickly from the water, you coughed before seeing his surroundings and yelling in an insulted tone, "What the dash? You think a pool will stop us? It's what's in the pool that counts," Otto told him while climbing to the edge to watch. That moment the thugs saw something swimming in the water, and a moment later they saw something that appeared like an elongated fish with a human face. They all disappeared under the water and all was quiet, until the villains were dragged under and the water was colored red by their blood. The first of the Yakuza felled by the siren. Meanwhile, with Tabe and Setsuno, the two of them and their group of grunts were chasing after the surprisingly quick-footed Eri. Eventually, they managed to catch up to her when they saw her trapped in a long hallway with many closed-off metal doors of differing sizes. Once surrounding the small girl, Tabe jeered, "There you are, Eri. Nowhere to run now." Suddenly Setsuno notices something in the unusually quiet girl's hand, and so he asks, ready to use his quirk, "Hey, what you got there?" "A rock." Just then she dropped the rock, now seen as a splinter, and in a flash, Eri had vanished with Pete in her place. After their eyes adjusted, Tabe looked around and asked, "Hey, where did Eri go?" Setsuno grabbed the splinter and thinking of the girl he morphed into her. Dropping the splinter he morphed back, and after absorbing what had happened he realized, oh, it was just an illusion. Tabe snapped his fingers and said, "Shoot. By the way, what is that thing?" "A dodo bird, if I'm not wrong," Setsuno answered, watching as the bird flew up to the handle with a lane marked as purge on it and tried to push it down with his weight. Setsuno asked aloud, "Wait, what's it doing?" Pete kept jumping on the lever until it finally went down and an alarm rang out as all the doors in the hallway suddenly opened at the same time. After a bit of waiting and nothing happening, Tabe laughed while stating, once a bird. Brain, always one. There's nothing in this place." As all the Yakuza laugh at the bird, they feel the hot breath of something large breathed on them and they halt their laughter. After a bit of suspenseful silence, one of them dares to speak. "Hey," Tabe says. "Yeah," Setsuno replies. "Tell me that was your hot breath on my neck," Tabe asked him. "No," Setsuno represses a sob and answers. All the gangsters turned around slowly and saw a huge creature standing over them. A creature that they had never seen before. Something new and alien. Something created. They looked back and saw several dozens of eyes peeking out from the many different-sized doors in the hallway. Small animalistic noises coming from within each room and getting louder and louder. They knew what would happen but didn't dare to try anything to prevent the innumerable creatures from attacking. However, that plan fell fast as Pete made an old-time bugle call and stored up the creatures. "Run!" The two bullets yell as they all begin to run for their lives from a stampede of vastly different creatures, a flock of hundreds of dodos, and Pete riding on top of the head of Gammoth as they lead the charge. Weapons Division. Rikia had just destroyed another set of large robotic arms that came from the ceiling and walls in Dr. Orpington's office, after which he looked down at the bridge and gloated, nothing but a dumb little chicken." The doctor clicked a laugh and said back as she casually walked into a large metal box while pecking a button, "I'd be eating those words if I were you." At that moment the cube began to reform and in seconds took the shape of a mech, with two huge cannon-like weapons in its arms. It was so big it vastly outsized the large man himself. The doctor glared down at him with an expression of glee and sinister intent. "What the dash? Rikiya exclaimed as he stepped away, but shook back his nerves. And stared. You think that just because you ride a mech and can talk that I'm intimidated? You should, because this is where you meet your match, she exclaimed in an excited tone as she pecked several buttons, causing the devices on the arms to charge up. So I heard you like absorbing energy. Let's see how much you can take, she offered while activating them. Suddenly the cannons blasted the man, but instead of destroying him, they instead started to be absorbed by him. Shocked at first, then quickly settling into it, Rikiya moaned in satisfaction as he absorbed the energy blasts. He quickly began to fire in both size and strength until he was the size of the neck the chicken was riding. Ha ha ha. I've never felt so powerful. He laughed as he readied himself for a fight, only to quickly realize that he couldn't stop absorbing the constant flow of energy. He couldn't even stop it on his own accord. It was like he was being forced to absorb this exorbitant amount. His body kept growing and he yelled as he reached this unnatural precipice. No. Wait. Stop. It's too much. Just then he flared up like a balloon as the energy kept flowing inside him, and the man burst into a stream of blood and gore all over the office, including all over the doctor, who didn't seem dazed at all. After the mech fell from lack of power, she cleaned off her Pura pad and pecked at her findings, saying to herself as she typed, So that much. Interesting. Chemical division. Shin and his cadre of grunts had chased down and cornered Honey Lemon in a smaller testing chamber. Due to the nature of his quirk, he took a larger group with him to do the heavy lifting, and now they had perfectly cornered the spunky woman. Nowhere to run, girly. He chuckled while closing the distance slowly, until he start to rapidly place bands, bracelets, rings, and some kind of tiara on her body. Confused, he used his quirk to make her confess and asked, Hey, what are you doing? Honey Lemon found herself unable to deny him an answer, and she hurriedly answered, Oh, just field testing my newest invention. I haven't had a chance to work out all the bugs, but hey, if I'm gonna die it'll be on my terms. She then pressed a button on a console beside her and metal tubes descent from the ceiling. This was when Shin and the other grunts noticed where they were. Though they stepped into a testing chamber, they hadn't noticed the plastic covering tube, making the room even smaller and giving the grunts the chance to corner her easily. What the heck is this place? Shin demanded while looking around, seeing how the door they came through had locked down. Still, under his quirk, Honey Lemon hit the commands on the controller and admitted, It's a gas chamber. Hope those masks aren't just for show. She pushed one last button and several different colored gases shot out of the tubes, quickly filling the room with them as a blue energy field was put up around the woman and her attachments. As the plastic bubble began to fill up, the Yakuza began to cough harder and harder until one of them threw up blood. Then their clothing began to melt with their skin. Some lost chunks of flesh that melted clean off, while others began to cough out their organs. Shin had it the worst since his mask melted onto his face, causing extreme pain as he tried to remove it. When he ended up removing his whole face, and with what life was left in him he hobbles over to the unharmed woman with his legs melting off. You bitch, he gurgled out while falling to the floor and melting into a flesh puddle. It works. Honey Lemon cheered at her invention's success until she notices one of the devices on her short circuit, and she quickly hit the purge override to let herself out and clean the air, exclaiming as she did so, Oh, but not for long. Sound division. Unlike his co-workers, Hankoi did fare as well and ended up getting caught by Deidoro and his 3 grunts on the ground with a new black eye and breathing heavily as his head tubes wrapped around himself and hissed in defense. He looked up at the masked men with the feeling of vertigo hitting him hard. After finishing his bottle of sake, Deidoro demanded, Tell us where the girl is or we'll kill you. A thought crossed his mind, then an idea, and Hankoi smiled to himself as he put on an act, saying, Okay. You got me. I'll show you where she is. Just don't hurt me anymore. Well, see, Deidoro said while grabbing him up to his feet by his head tub and pushing him towards the door while yelling, Now move. Hankoi did as he was told and led the criminals down to where he wanted them. The room he brought them to wasn't where Eri was kept, but something that would save him. As he stood off to the side of the door, he told him, Welp, here she is. Way, Deidoro asked back. Hankor rolled his eyes at the question and told him, "Behind the door, stupid." He punched the wall next to the man and demanded, "Open it." "It's automatic. Just walk up," Hankor told him calmly. Deidoro walked up to the door, and as he was told, it opened by itself. Inside he sat. How dark the room was, with several large, strange, and glowing white crystals, acting as its only dim light source. "It's so dark in here," the bullet observed. "That's why she's in there," Hankor told him, trying to reassure him enough to go in. Deidoro was cautious but stepped in slowly with his grunts at the rear. Once a few feet inside, something hit his nose and he complained, "It smells weird in here." "Oh, that's just the aftereffects of eating light," Hankor informed him casually. Deidoro stopped his walk, turned his head, and asked, "What?" As he asked this, he heard something strange, like something large just standing up. After staying so quiet and still, the sound of many large single-pointed legs hit the metal floor alongside what sounds to be fangs clicking against one another. The bullet and his men looked on to see a huge shape that just barely fit into the huge room looming over them, with dozens of red eyes glaring down at them. Struck with a primal fear, Deidoro froze as he asked, What is that?" "That's Ungoliant," Hankor said with a proud tone. Suddenly the man found himself bound in black webs, and he shouted as he tried to wiggle free, "I wanted you to take me to Eri." Hankor put on a coy expression as he stood in the doorway and told him, "Oh, well, you just said her, so I just took you to the only her I know." He then stood out of the way as the grunts began to run at the sight of the huge spider and the dozens of small spiders covering every part of the free space in the room. The first one was held down by webs, the second one was impaled by one of Ungoliant's legs, and the last almost made it out the door, but was caught at the kegs by the smaller spiders and dragged back inside the room. Hankor laughed at the men's reaction to his best friend and assured them with an unhinged tone, "Don't worry, she doesn't bite to hurt, just to kill." After the men were caught, Ungoliant brought one of her huge legs to caress Hankor's face and saw his new black eye. She turned her eyes, filled with so much ire you could feel it, towards the men and let out a booming shriek as Hankor told her, "Eat up, Ungoliant. Chow time." Plant Division. Mimic has made his way into one of the greenhouses situated in the plant division, and was now looking over the many different and wild-looking plants all grown in boxes and pots, while in his tiny puppet body, he held a flower that was colored teal and commented, "Nice plants." "Thanks, honey, I grew them myself," said a voice causing Mimic to whirl around, at which he saw Dr. Hollyhock sitting on a giant leaf and typing something down on her Pura pad that was held up by a branch, not looking stressed at all. He smiled within his cute-looking body and said, "Thanks for saving me the trouble of sniffing you out. Tell you what, I'll cut you a deal. You tell me where the girl is, and I'll convince the boss to let you live." She waved her hand, and the branch and leaf recessed back into the nest of plants as she stood and said in a calm tone, "How about, go fuck yourself and your mama." Attack mark appeared on his head, and Mimic said, "You asked for it." He then placed a hand down on the floor and tried to morph into it, but he instantly noticed his quirk wasn't working. "Hey, what the dash? I can't fuse with the ground," he stated aloud. Hollyhock smiled and told him, "Look closer, sugar." A bit put off by this, he looked at the ground and realized it wasn't metal or stone, like the rest of the building. "Moss," he exclaimed, knowing his quirk was useless on anything organic. He then looked at the walls and ceiling and stated, "It's covering everything." "You just stepped into my trap, honey," she said in a proud tone as she struck a pose and something started to fill the air. "Well, honey, I may be trapped, but I don't need my quirk to kill you," he yells as he burst out of his false body and ran towards her with a knife, only to slow down and stop halfway when his senses start to dull. Wait. What's going on? I feel weird. Hollyhock giggles and informs him, "Oh, that's the effect of the drowsy poppy, the sweet rose, and the hypnotic pitcher plant. The room is just spinning right now, isn't it?" Suddenly many vibes wrap around him, and the large man is pulled into the toothy, more of a giant carnivorous plant. The last thing he said as the plant closed around him was, "You witch. Don't worry, I'm not gonna let you get away. Not after what to do to that sweet little girl," was the last thing he heard her say as the plant closed shut, making everything go silent and dark. The facility storage. Chronostasis and Overhaul walked down the long and winding hallways of the storage area, looking through each room for the girl. Chronostasis, with a device in hand, used it to scan the rooms for any signs of life but never got anything. After scanning the most recent room, Chronostasis told his boss, "Nothing in here." Either. Overhaul sighed out a groan of irritation and said, "Try the next one." Using another device that was hooked into the wall console, Chronostasis hacked the door open, leading to what appeared to be another empty room. However, it wasn't, as this was the room that the girls and Eri were hidden inside, underneath the invisibility cloak. The moment Eric heard Overhaul's voice, she froze, but when she saw his silhouette plastered over the bright hallway he entered in from, she shut her mouth and hid her face in Jose's chest, to which the large fox woman held her tightly and stroked her head. The Morgana triplets didn't dare move an inch, even though their movement under the sheet wouldn't be seen. They mentally prepared for the worst, hands at the ready. They would give it all they got in self-defense. They thought a force field wouldn't be enough for this, and since the two villains were in such proximity in a small space, power word, kill would be their best option if they were found out. If they did find the sheet and rip it off, it would be the first thing they do, even if it did mean knocking them out. As the two men stepped deeper into the room, Chronostasis, using the life finder device in hand, scans the whole area they stood in. Chronostasis hummed after his scan was completed. "What?" Overhaul inquired, not hearing this before. The arrowhead man takes off his mask to look over the device and explains. "It says there's something in here. Lots of somethings, but I don't see anything." Just as Overhaul looked at the device with him, they heard something large quickly move. They both shot their heads up, and in front of them was a small lockbox that hadn't been there a moment ago. Did that lockbox just move?" Chronostasis asked aloud. Suddenly they both saw all the different lockboxes begin to wobble and move ever so slowly toward the men, trying to surround them. The one in front opened its lid and showed off its rows of sharp teeth, causing the others to do the same. "Shit," Chronostasis cursed as he tried to shield his boss. "What is that thing?" Overhaul exclaimed as all the Mimicuti began to chase after them with hungry fervor. "Sir, move," Chronostasis tells as he practically throws the man out of the room. Falling to the floor outside the room, Overhaul can only watch on in horror as his closest ally is seen trying to run for the door, only for it to close and lock in his face. The sound of him slamming his fists on the metal and the horrific sound of him screaming bloody murder as the Mimicuti eat him up. He looks down while on his knees, balls his fists, and yells while punching the ground. Damn it, damn it." Suddenly the floor under him moved incredibly fast, and he managed to center himself enough to see where he was headed. Out about several yards was one of the electrified Tesla gates, and he was headed straight for it on this moving track. He wasted no time in tearing his glove off and slamming it down on the track, causing the metal to put out and strike the Tesla gate, making it short out and stopping the moving track. Once he was situated back on his feet, he saw a security camera and yelled at it. "You cowards, come out here and face me, using all your little tricks to try and stop me. Do you know who I am? Do you?" The camera didn't say anything in return as the man yelled, "I am the leader of the Yakuza, Overhaul. You should fear me and do as I say." "Well then maybe you should take your advice," the voice of Egon told him, making the man whip his head around. Standing several years from him, Izuku and Egon stood with serious indifference before the man. He smiled under his mask and said with a slightly manic tone, "So, you finally came out of hiding." Izuku rolls his eyes, crossing his arms as he tells him, "Yeah, and now you should give up. I just got word from our employees that all of you men are dead. It's over. Give up or get put down." "All are dead," Overhaul repeated the words as if they weren't real. "Yes, you have nothing left. Even with your quirk, you have only a 10% chance of winning this." Egon told him the odds while taking out cuffs and a quirk dampening collar. "If I'm going down," Overhaul said as he tightened his hands into fists, "then it'll be on my terms," he yelled as he ripped off his other glove and slammed both of them on the ground, causing the two scientists to watch in horror as the leader of the Yakuza began to take on a monstrous metamorphosis. CH-48, Attack of the Yakuza. Part 4. Animal Division. Hekiji was having the worst kind of luck against the Night Feeder. Since his quirk couldn't be used for offense, he had to rely solely on defense. The few offensive options he had couldn't work unless the person stood still, but that wasn't the case. Here, the night feeder was so fast that he couldn't even tell which direction it was coming from in the dark. Its footsteps were so quiet and quick the moment he heard them and turned, it was gone. However, it was a very good thing that he had the quirk he did have. If not, he definitely would have been dead a long time ago. The claws on this thing were so sharp it was creating gash marks in the metal floors around when it went in for a strike. He heard and felt the attack, turned, and saw nothing. Fear gripped at his heart more tightly than it did before. In his time with the Yakuza, he had done many things that would make a normal person's heart beat uncontrollably, but he always remained still. He was the best in the business, but not this time. Now he was truly scared for his life with a fear that was so old in his body it had been buried by years of evolution. Now he was scared like a rat being toured with by a cat. The night feeder kept striking at the force field time and time again, but nothing made a single scratch. So long as Hekiji kept his concentration his only source of protection would stay up. The night feeder changed tactics and stopped its quick attacks. It stood motionless in the dark and waited to put a sense of false security on him. When it saw that it worked, it immediately began to shriek out a horrible and high-pitched scream. The scream was constant and the ear was bleeding. It was so bad that Hekiji couldn't hold his protection up, and once it fell, the last thing he saw was the night feeder's eyes and claws. Meanwhile, Rappa was not having an easier time with the Glavenus, but having fun with the fight no less. This was the most excitement he had in a long time. At first, the huge T-Rex-looking creature used its teeth to bite him or its feet to kick or stomp on him. Rappa was surprised to see such a huge animal manage to jump any distance at all. But after taking a few blows from Rappa, blows that did nothing against its natural armor, the monster changed tactics. After circling Rappa and snorting out ash and embers, it begins to run its tail against the ground several times. It flips the tail into its mouth and uses its specialized teeth and flame breath to superheat it. Once out of its mouth, it holds up its red-hot tail and roars into the air. Rappa was enamored by this display, but only for a moment, when the monster began to fling its red-hot tail around like a weapon. For something so big, it was so agile. Rappa had to dance around its attacks and could barely land any of his own. The ones he did were used to block the red-hot tail blade. He groaned in pain and loved every second of it. He hadn't had a fight like this in ages. For once his life was indeed on the line. If only he could have more flights like this. But he knew he had to beat this thing somehow. He wanted to give the blows back, as hard as they were received. Anytime he could, he wasn't able to break past its armor. As he tried to think of something, he saw something interesting happen in the darkness that was only lit by the tail. Its glow died down, and before he knew it, the tail cooled and hardened into a useless rock. "Huh, looks like your weapon is useless now," he glared while pointing at the creature, to which it growled, turned around, and slammed him with its blunt tail. Rappa hit the wall hard and nearly went down and out until he saw something through glazed eyes. The Glavenus threw the tail into its mouth and broke up the hardened recess. When it pulled out, its tail was as sharp as it was once more. Rappa knew his current plan wasn't working. He has to try a new approach. So in his mind, he formulates a new plan and concludes by saying aloud, "I just have to hit you harder." The Glavenus roars back in return. The two of them charge at one another, and as the Glavenus swings around its tail, Rappa ducks and hits the flare side where the metal meets the flesh. He punched with all his might and broke the monster's tail clean off. Glavenus fell to the ground, kicking and screaming in pain. Rappa takes the opportunity to send a barrage of punches in his body and legs. This seems to do the trick as it fails to get up. As a last-ditch effort, it fires a ball of flames at the man, but he takes the hit and, after charging out of the flames, he knocks it in the chin and then grabs it, spun it around, and with all his strength threw it at the divider wall. This causes the Glavenus to fall unconscious and leave Rappa as the victor, covered in soot, burns, and cuts. He then turns to the divider wall and begins to pound on it, trying to break it down. The annoyed voice of Cho comes over the speakers in the now dark room, and she yells, "Cut that out, you gorilla. I'll just drop the damn walls. Sheesh." Meanwhile, behind the observation room, Hatsune was in shambles as he complained, "Ah man, I can't believe he managed to beat the Glavenus. I like it." Ignoring his complaint, Cho asked him, "How do you think he'll fare against the Night Feeder? Hopefully they both kill one another. But I'm his smart friend who took it on and couldn't beat it. So his chances are looking pretty slim." Hatsune theorized as Cho dropped the divider wall. Back in the testing chamber, the wall fell and in the dim darkness, he could just barely make out the shape of his partner. He started to run up to him, excited, and exclaimed, "Hey Hekiji, I just had an epic fight with a T-Rex that breathed fire and had a sword tail." It was. He then stopped when he noticed something strange about him. He seemed to be walking funnily, almost like a baby with a full diaper. Stepping back a bit, he asked, "Hekiji." Suddenly something rolled off him and onto Rappa's feet. He rolled it over with his foot and saw it to be the decapitated head of Hekiji. Getting into a defensive stance, he demanded, "You not Hekiji? Who are you?" The body parts of his friend fell and a set of sharp claws clicked and dragged against the metal floor until a set of blank eyes stared at him from the darkness, and he asked in a more cautious tone, "What are you?" The Night Feeder showed its glittering white teeth in the darkness and then opened its mouth while charging at him with a roar. Rappa, for the first time in his life, felt genuine unnatural fear and he ran. Thinking quickly, he grabbed the downed body of the Glavenus and threw it at the creature. From the sound it made, it worked. But it wouldn't for long, so he looked around the dark room for something else to defend himself and remember the broken tail. Frantically searching around for it in the dark, the Night Feeder broke free from the giant animal's body and sniffed out Rappa. When it spotted him, it ran towards him with killer intent. Just when it was about to pounce, Rappa found the tail and began to wildly whip it around until it got to the floor and caused sparks. The sparks flashed before the monster's eyes and it retreated in fear while making a scary sound. Rappa noticed this and an idea came to mind. So he kept using the tail to strike up sparks and light up his area, giving him time to see where the Night Feeder was, and tried to corner it. After this game of cat and mouse had the monster cornered, he stuck to the ground several times, causing a display of sparks in the air that kept the Night Feeder still. From there it placed the tail into the unconscious Glavenus's mouth, kicked its throat which set off a fire, and pulled it out as a red-hot blade. Using the blade like a spear, he threw it at the monster he had just barely been able to see and through. The blade hit and pinned the beast against the wall and it screamed in pain as its whole body went up in flames and burned away like a candle. Seeing the Night Feeder burn out, Rappa shot his fist into the air and cried out in victory. Back in the observation room, Cho was white-knuckling her chair as she watched the huge man win while Hatsune slammed his fist on the control table as he yelled, "Holy crap, he killed it. How are we gonna take him down now?" Cho then shot up from her chair, pressed several buttons on the controller, and grabbed a shotgun off the wall while stating, "I'll do it." "What?" Hatsune exclaimed back. She cocked the gun and firmly stated, "I'm gonna go in there and blast his head off." Hatsune got between her and the exit door and told her, "Are you crazy? He's a gangster." Cho pushed him aside, knowing the door was an automatic timer, and she hurriedly said, "I'm a soldier. No punk-ass petty criminal is gonna beat me. I've taken on guys like him before." "Wait, I have a better plan," Hatsune offered, trying to think fast, only for the woman to ignore him as she made her way to the testing chamber door. "Ah, nuts. I better go get it before she gets herself killed," he said to himself while also running out of the room. After Rappa announced his victory, he used the glowing tail once more to light his way through the dark room until he found the smaller camber exit door. He prepared himself to punch the sturdy-looking metal door down and called out, "Knock knock." But just before he could hit the door with all his might, the lights went on, nearly blinding him, and the door opened by itself with Cho standing there with the barrel of a shotgun pointed to his face as she yelled, "It's death." But Rappa wasn't going to be done in by something like this and quickly jumped out of the way of the gun as it was fired. Still blinded by the light, he had to cover his eyes and try to make as many evasive maneuvers as he could to not get shot. He heard the gun go off time and time again as he jumped, dodged, and rolled around until his eyes adjusted again. During his frantic escape, he heard the scientists yell at him, "Stop squirming so I can blast your head off." After a while of wild dodging, Rappa's eyes finally adjusted to the light and he used the opportunity to jump behind the unconscious body of the Glavenus. Once, there he peeked around and saw Cho reloading the gun, taking the chance he wants, again through the animal's body in hopes of crushing her. But when he went to see the result, he only saw nothing under the huge creature. He wondered for a moment what had happened to her until he heard the sound of a gun cocking. Behind him, he slowly turned around and saw the one-eyed woman with the barrel, right to the back of his head and looking smug. Unfortunately, when she pulled the trigger, nothing happened. It was jammed. Losing his momentary fear of life, Rapper pointed at her while laughing. Ha! But the moment didn't last long as the woman held the shotgun by the barrel and used it like a bat as she whacked it across the man's face. She knocked his knees down and knocked him across the face again. This time he arched back and she jumped onto his shoulders, using the leverage to change her grip closer to the gun, and smacked him across the face several times until Rapper grabbed and threw her off. After shaking the pain from his legs and face, Rapper reached into his opened mask and felt his face, noting how blood was leaking down from it. He smiled widely and cracked his neck in excitement. Cho tried to come in with another blunt attack, but Rapper sidestepped and punched her in the side while grabbing the gun from her hands. Cho went flying, and when she was on the ground, Rapper crushed the weapon in his hands. Cho got back up to her feet, rolled her shoulders, and took a fighting stance in front of the huge man. Rapper smiled excitedly at this, and the two of them engaged. The whole fight between them was more of a cat-and-mouse style fight. One is bigger, slower, and harder to take damage, but the other is smaller, faster, and able to hit but not hard enough. Rapper, even though he could move much faster, was enjoying his time sparring with the spunky, serious one-eyed woman. After a while of this back and forth, Rapper decided to end it, but underestimating Cho was his first mistake. As he tried to hit her with a hard, fast punch, she ducked, sidestepped, grabbed his arm, and used the momentum of the attack to fling him over her shoulder. Rapper hit the ground hard and choked back his attack on him one more time, driving her heel into his throat and head several times until she finally decided to shove her heel in his throat. But before she could pierce him, Rapper grabbed the limb and tossed her away. Rapper got to his knees and breathed heavily, but Cho didn't give him a second as she began to assault his face with a flurry of punches and kicks. This put her right in the range of his attack and proceeded to hit her with a full power attack. It connected, but instead of flying away and passing out as he expected, she had drug her nail into his arms to keep herself anchored and still conscious. She looked up at him with messy hair and blood trickling down her mouth where she kicked him in the side of the head again. Once he was stunned, she took out a piece of wire and jumped over him while hocking it around his neck, where the man stood up suddenly and began to choke. Cho pulled against him with all her might and didn't stop even when he tried to pull the wire away from his neck or smash her into a wall. Come on, come on. Choke out already, she groaned in desperation as she fought against his stretch and her fluttering consciousness. Suddenly the huge man changed tactics as he turned blue and jumped up while landing on his back, flattening the woman and freeing her ability to breathe. Once free, he rolled over and took some time to refill his lungs. However, it didn't last very long as he was knocked in the side of the head, danced against by the woman's heel, and fell to the floor, seemingly out cold. Standing over him and breath ragged, Cho wiped the sweat from her face. She says, "And, stay down." Just as she was about to leave the room, the huge man suddenly rose back up from his seemingly unconscious state and she whirled around and took up a fighting stance while exclaiming, "Crap, what's it take to keep you down?" Rapper stumbled over to her, fell to his knees and swiftly grabbed her hands. He proclaimed, "Marry me." Cho froze up and went silent as her brain short-circuited at the question, only managing to babble out, "What dash?" Rapper was exhausted and badly injured, but still managed to stay on one knee and talk through his breathless state as he proclaimed with moxie, "I've never been in a fight like that before. No one has ever fought me like that. I'm in love with you. I love you. So marry me." Cho's brain finally absorbed everything that was being said to her and came to her senses. She ripped away her hand while exclaiming, "You're crazy. Crazy in love," Rapper said with a purr. "And I am coming," shouted the voice of Hatsume as he ran in with a large fish tank sitting on a trolley, grabbing the attention of both people. He then stopped short, allowing the tank to fly off and towards Rapper, and he yelled, Starro, I choose you. The starfish alien burst out from the tank and with a high-pitched screech it latched onto the enormous man's face. He screamed and arrived on the ground as he struggled to pull the alien from his face, but suddenly it stopped just as quickly as it started and he relaxed on the ground. Starro traveled from his face to his body, where he hooked himself around it. From there Rappa opened his eyes and stood up while looking down at the two scientists. Hatsune came towards him and asked, Starro, are you there? Rappa raised a hand then gave a thumbs up as the single eyes on Starro smiled, causing Hatsune to fall on his butt and sigh. What a relief. After calming down from the tension, he horsed over to Cho, who was also resting on the ground, and held out his hand while asking, You okay, slugger? I'll live, Cho replied with a weak smile, taking his hand and being hoisted to her feet. She kicks off her heels and asks while pointing to Rappa, So what do we do about him? Looking over and seeing Rappa Starro test out his new body, Hatsune thinks for a sec before saying, I think we should dash dot, though he never gets the chance to finish, as the entire building is violently shaken hard enough for the two scientists to be knocked down to their knees. After calming themselves down, Hatsune asks, What was that noise? Cho shakes out her nerves as Rappa Starro helps them both back to their feet and offers, Either Hankoi has been eating beans again or something really big and bad is happening. Meanwhile, back with Izuku and Egon, the two of them were standing in a frozen mixture of both astonishment and terror as they looked up at the new firm that Overhaul created with his quirk and the available material around him. Egon, Izuku stared off. Yeah, Egon answered. I think we're in way over our heads, Izuku told him. I think so too, Egon agreed. Give me the GIRL. Overhaul roared like an animal in his new unhinged and disgusting form. In his fit of rage, resentment, fear, and sadness, the villain went all out with what could only be considered a last-ditch effort. Using every ounce of his willpower and power in general, he created a whole new body around his own. A hulking, misshapen tower horror crafted from the concrete and metal of the building he was still inside of, alongside the flesh of all of his fallen men. The anomaly was well over 150 foot tall and looked like something only a crazed god would create to punish humanity. The two scientists were now exposed to the outside as the monstrous man stood above them ready to crush them and their entire facility in a feeble-minded effort to reclaim what he had lost. And so it was that the true battle began for life or death. CH-49, Attack of the Yakuza. Part 5. After seeing the man turn into a monster, the two scientists made haste and began to run deep within the facility to try and outpace the monster. They did their best to run as fast as they could and take as many sudden turns as they could to throw the thing off, but it always seems to know where they were and would crash its huge feet through the building in an attempt to crush them while screaming at the top of its very human lungs. Once they got away from the last set of attempted stomping, Izuku stressed his concerns to Egon. Egon, what'll we do now? Izuku asked him breathlessly. What's it look like? Keep running or we'll get crushed, Egon told him as he tried to put off even more speed. What about Eri and the girls? Izuku exclaimed while trying to keep pace. That's why we're going deeper into the facility, to draw him away from them. Egon half yelled at him, making Izuku gain a relieved expression. The only question is how to beat that thing. By the time any hero's strong enough to deal with it shows up, we'll all be crushed, Egon stressed as they both made a sharp right. We have to throw everything at it, Izuku offered. Everything is broken or offline. Anything that was left has been absorbed by that thing's body, Egon shouted back as a huge fist hit the ceiling but didn't break through. Suddenly Egon got a call on his phone, and as he picked it up, Pura began to say, Sir, why has a giant monster dash? But Egon cut her off and exclaimed, No time for that. Send an announcement to evacuate. In a slight panic, she yelled and then replied, Yes, sir. Give me the girl, roared Overhaul as he tried to rip a chunk of the roof, staking the building and knocking the scientist off their feet. Oh gods, what can we do now? Egon stressed. Izuku rapidly looked around, saw something, and stated, I've got it. You do? Then tell me, Egon exclaimed as he grabbed his shoulders. Izuku went to a wall and pulled away a panel while typing in numbers. After hitting the enter key, the floor opened and what looked like a mini bullet train appeared, only as big as a carnival ride for two. Egon looked at the device that was connected to a magnetic line under the floor and pointed at it wordlessly. It's a work in progress. A way to make travel around the facility faster. Get it? Izuku explained and exclaimed in the same sentence. The two jumped in and pulled a lever forward. The small cat went off down the long hallway like a blurry. At this point, Overhaul broke enough of the roof to peek in and see nothing in the room. He grunted, let the roof go, and went somewhere else to search for them. The two scientists' ride came to a crashing halt as they were flung from their seats and crashed into a wall, leaving them disoriented. Work in progress, eh? Egon asked as stars danced in front of his eyes. Yeah, work in progress. Izuku confirmed as birds flew around his eyes. After getting back to their feet from the hasty escape, Egon surmised, don't suppose you have anything in mind to beat that thing. Izuku thought for a long moment, and suddenly an idea shone through his head. Grabbing the man, he told him in a serious voice, I need 2 assassin droids and an illusion splinter. But the assassin droids aren't ready yet, said the voice of Hatsume as he came through the other hallway with an injured Cho and Rapper Starro. Hatsume, Cho, and Starro, Egon said in order of relief and confusion. What happened? He asked while looking at them. Long story, what is going on? What's all that crashing and exploding? Cho answered and asked back. No time for that. Izuku cut them off before going to Hatsume and asking in a feverish fast tone, Hatsume, it's time for a field test, no time to spare. Hatsume put on his glasses with one glass and said excitedly, You're the boss. Boss. As Hatsume gave Cho to Rapper Starro and ran off to fetch the robots, Egon took out a carrying case full of splinters and gave the illusion to Izuku. After which he asked him, what else? Izuku gave a serious look with a smile and told her affirmatively, time to bring out the big guns. A little while later, Izuku had everything he needed and made his way to the paddocks and the animal division. There he stood before one of the large ones and took a deep breath. Show the one he needed was more than tame, but even domesticated animals react violently when stressed, plus he hadn't seen this one in quite a while since his burnout. So he sicked himself up and unlocked the huge warehouse-sized door. Slowly it opens and the first thing he feels is hot breath hitting his face, followed by amber eyes that burn like coal. He steeled his nerves and said, Hey buddy. A grunt of dissatisfaction came back, with an underlying tone of fear. Izuku felt pity and carefully said back, I know. You're freaked out by all the noise, but we're in danger and you're the only one that can help. Can you do it? A moment of silence and a slight purr, then a snout barely stuck out and a long forced tongue licked his face. Good boy, Izuku praised the creature as he began to walk out of his enclosure, and Izuku said in an amazed tone, Good, big boy. Back with Overhaul, he was continuing his rampage as he smashed his huge feet through the roofs or prying them open to take a look inside for his quarry. Getting more and more upset the less he could spot a single living thing, he eventually just roared out, Izuku, Egon, where are you? Give me the grr. Hey ugly, called out a familiar voice, causing Overhaul to turn around and come face to face with Torchwick, now 3 times the size of a mammoth, standing on the rooftop and glaring daggers at him with a familiar green-haired boy and horned girl. If you want her, come and get her, Izuku announced as he held up the small thing in front of him like some enticing treat. For reference, if Torchwick stands on his hind legs, he comes eye to eye with empty lady. Torchwick wastes no time in shooting a fireball at the monster, making Overhaul use his giant arm to block it. The fire was so hot and intense that his arm exploded almost clean off and went up in fire despite being nosy stone and metal. Overhaul looked at the limb and saw how it burned to a stump and had calcified from the fire, knowing it was useless and could be regenerated. So he sheathed the stump and grew back a new limb. After the limb regrew, he saw how Torchwick spread its wings and took off into the air. Overhaul pursued the monster and roared, You fucking lizard. I'll kill you. Egon and a few other scientists watched as the young man rode away on the back of the dragon, the girl in town with the monster man chasing after. Seeing the most pressing issue at hand walk away, he fell to the floor and sighed in relief. The damage to the facility had been enormous and nearly half of it was completely gone due to Overhaul's transformation or him just breaking it, and the other half sustained severe damage. Damaged, but not gone, something he was extremely grateful for. Professor, The voice of Honey Lemon screamed as she ran into the now opened part of the laboratory. Her view of Egon looked dead for a moment, but once he sat up she looked much more relieved. Standing, the man said back, "Honey Lemon, are you okay?" The woman ran up to him with teary eyes as she nodded rapidly and answered, "I'm fine, but what is Dr. Midoriya doing on Torchwick with Eri? Aren't we supposed to be keeping her away from him?" The woman began to panic, but Egon took her hands and assured him, "Don't worry. Miyazaki has got a plan." She sighs and replies, "I hope so," looking out towards the open sky where the dragon took off towards the city. She lamented, "Oh doctor, you're so brave." "Gee, thanks Honey Lemon," Izuku's voice said behind her. Honey Lemon whipped around and grabbed the boy in a huge while yelling in happy relief. Izuku, remembering her status, she backed away and said more appropriately, Doctor. And Eri." "Hi," the little girl said back with a tiny shy wave. "Wait, I thought you two were on the dragon," she asks while pointing back and forth between the sky and the two kids. "Nope," Izuku answers. "Well, if you're here, who's that?" she asks while looking out towards the sky. "A nasty surprise I have for Overhaul. Come on, let's evacuate while we can," Izuku told the other personnel around him. "Wait, what about the animals? No doubt they've gotten out. A few of them are dangerous to the public," Cho interjected. "Don't worry, Pete and Gammoth have a manger to herd them up," Pura, who joined them from another hallway, informed and assured them. "Even the flying ones." "Wow," Anima, who was beside her, said in an impressed tone. "Never mind that. Let's go," Izuku asserts. Just as they begin to flee towards the entrance, Honey Lemon brings up in concern, "What about Torchwick? Sure, he's bigger and tougher, but I don't think he could take that monster in a one-on-one." Izuku shakes his head, clearly not pleased with it either, as he tells her, "We don't have a choice. Everything has been compromised and we need to get to safety. We have nothing else to throw at him." "Not everything," a familiar voice tells them. Yakuza boss. He focused closer and saw his plague doctor mask and said with surprise, "It is. Welp, I guess we're helping the dragon." Death Arms shrugs. "Never thought I'd see the day when the dragon was the one who was fighting with the princess instead of kidnapping her," MT Lady stated while twirling her hair. Death Arms rolls his eyes and tells her firmly, "Get your head out of the clouds and get ready to fight." The three heroes then run off to engage the monster. MT Lady ran by herself while Kamu Wood swung by his arms and carried Death Arms. As they ran to them, Overhaul had managed to grab Torchwick by his wings, spin him around, and throw him at a building. Torchwick crashed but managed to grab hold of the structure to keep himself from hitting the ground. Overhaul then turned both arms into sharp blades and readied to fire them off. However, he never got the chance as MT Lady drop kicked him so hard he fell to his side. As he tried to get back up, Kamu Woods threw Death Arms at the giant's human center. There he flew towards the villain with a massive punch. But Overhaul saw this and created a cage of metal around him, leaving the hero to mercilessly wail on it. As the giant got up to its feet, Kamu, with the aid of the remaining spiders, once again locked his feet into place as MT Lady closed the giant's arms behind himself. Once fully restrained, MT Lady called out, "All right, Fireheart, let him have it." Torchwick complies and repositions himself on the building, clinging to its side. Suddenly the air grew extremely hot and the taste and smell of brimstone filled the air as steam began to come off Torchwick like a cloud. His dorsal spikes, tail tips, and horns all began to glow bright red. A pool of bright red energy collected in his throat, making his scale tips glow bright red and melting the parts of the building he was attached to. There his throat went from red to orange, then yellow, and finally white. There the energy traveled up his throat like 3 rivers and into his jaw. MT Lady very quickly realized what was about to happen and called out in panic, "Wait, not that much." But Torchwick didn't listen and he took a deep breath before opening his mouth at a 180-degree angle and blasting forth a stream of white-hot flames. "Shit," MT Lady cursed as she released the giant's arms, grabbed her friends, and performed a Superman dive to get as far away as possible while also shielding her friends. The fire hit the giant and Overhaul used every last bit of his willpower and false body to force a strike directly at the center of the blast to protect himself. The blast only lasted several seconds but felt like hours, for both the heroes and villains alike. Hot, 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 MT Lady complained. Even though she was at a safe distance, the fire was so hot she could feel it hitting her back as she tried to crawl away. Unfortunately, the remaining spiders all burst into flames the moment the fire hit, leaving burnt corpses all over that turned to ash. Finally, the fire died out and Overhaul was reduced so much that he had no arms or legs to hold himself up. So Torchwick took the opportunity to grab the misshapen torso and flew up into the air with it. He flew higher and faster, causing the burnt flesh to break off and fly away, leaving nothing but a ball of meat, stone, and metal where Overhaul was. The man then began to try and assimilate the dragon's flesh into his own, but once Torchwick saw this, he put a swift end to it. With one front flip and a swift whip of his tail, he sent the ball hurtling into the air and breaking up in the process. Overhaul finally broke out of his cocoon and began to panic. Without a big enough body, this fall would be his last. And with nothing else to manipulate, his chances were already slim. So he tried to pull in the rest of the material that broke around him to cushion his fall. Once he fell, he'd simply do what he did at NIP and use the city around him to form an even bigger body. However, that plan never came to be. As Torchwick rocketed up to where he was with his back arched up, Overhaul remembered what he was after and hoped to catch a glimpse of the girl and boy. But instead of seeing them still riding the dragon's back, he saw something new in its place. Two robots that looked far different than the ones he and his men fought back at the beginning of their invasion. The two robots ran and jumped off the dragon, and while positioned in the air, their limbs turned into blades and both came down on him. He heard the sound of something being sliced off cleanly and at the same time felt his control over the material around him vanish. But instead of falling to his death, Torchwick grabbed him up in his claws and dived toward the ground. Torchwick landed with the ease of an acrobat, allowing Overhaul to live, despite some whiplash, and snarled at him. Overhaul then turned to touch the dragon, wanting to break it apart, but when he did, he couldn't see his own hands. When he looked down, every fiber of his being telling him not to, he saw a horrific sight. His arms were sliced off at the elbow. Seeing his panicked face, Torchwick roared into the air, sounding off his victory, as the weight of what he lost hit Overhaul like a truck. Before he could begin to spiral, the two robots from before loomed over him. In each of these hands was one of his arms that they threw to his sides. Then one of them took out a splinter and used it to morph from Izuku and Eri and back again. It was at that moment that Overhaul realized he had been duped. But before he could have an emotional breakdown or die of shock and blood loss, the robots did something else. One turned their limbs into torches, and the other turned their arms into clamps. The one with the clamp arms pinched off his bleeding stumps and the other burned them shut. The pain was enough to cause him inconceivable pain, enough to the point where he passed out. CH-51, after the fact. Normally I would say it's nice to see you again, Professor. The police officer who undertook the first villain invasion said to Egon. Egon rubs his head and says back with an awkward sweat drop, but it's not. The officer pushes back his cap and blows out air as he says while shaking his head. I don't know how you find so much trouble. The trouble finds me, Egon dryly jokes. The officer laughs dryly and says while rubbing his head, I just don't know what I don't believe more. The fact that your facility took down one of Japan's most infamous criminal organizations, the new subcontinent you created, or the living dragon I'm seeing right now. From behind, Egon looked back to see a very contemptuous Torchwick getting all the attention from Izuku. Laying on his side with eyes closed and tongue out, Izuku scratches him where he can cover and reach. Egon sighs as he says back, I get the feeling you'll be eating those words. I think so too. The officer agreed while penning down the last note for the report. Already feeling a headache growing at the thought, he gives a weary breath and tells the scientist, we have to stop meeting like this. I agree. Egon nods while awkwardly sweat drops. But before they could continue their conversation, Egon caught sight of a particular person and mused. Oh, don't look now, but your boss is here to wring my neck. The officer turned around and nearly jumped in his spot when he saw the serious and displeased expression of Japan's Prime Minister, her husband, and 6 of her bodyguards. Wiping the sweat from his face and taking a steady breath, he clapped Egon on his shoulder and told him, then I wish you good luck. As the officer left, The Prime Minister walked up to the scientist. Egon put on his best smile and greeted, "Prime Minister." Getting straight to the point, she inquired, "Professor, would you like to explain to me what has happened?" Izuku, having seen the government officials, came up, heard the tail end of what the Prime Minister asked, and answered, "Where should I start? The Yakuza that attacked us, or the dragon that fought off the giant monster in the middle of town, and caused a lot of damage?" The Prime Minister raised a skeptical eyebrow and said, "All that, but I would like to know why exactly you didn't tell me about them from the start. I know you knew they were going to attack." Egon blew out air in a stressed manner while rubbing the back of his head and explained, "I had just found out about it after I told you about Pacifica and Torch Wick. You know, when you indirectly told me I was walking on eggshells." "I did not," she asserts back. Then it was her husband, a little, hunched-over, and kindly-looking man who, while holding her hand, gave it a squeeze and told her, "Flower, you do have a rather short fuse." The Prime Minister, who originally was irritated, instantly calmed down and said, "Even so, if you didn't tell me, why not the Heroes Association?" Egon shot his eyes open as he exclaimed, "I did. They didn't believe me. And no, I'm not making this up." Hearing this, the Prime Minister, her husband, and her informant, who was hidden within the guards, all took a step away to quietly discuss. After a few minutes, they came back and the Prime Minister, with a much more somber expression, started off. "Well, in light of this, I owe you an apology and my thanks. If not for you and your personnel, the government and the heroes would still be trying to undermine the Yakuza for years to come. And by that time they might have finally dug some deep roots after being unearthed so long ago." "Well, it's not like we had a choice in the matter," Egon laughs dryly. "Though one thing still bothers me. Why did they launch such a massive undertaking in invading you?" the Prime Minister inquired. Izuku took the forefront of the question and explained carefully to her, "A research facility suddenly gaining in wealth and promiscuity nearly overnight would turn the heads of any criminal organizations. The Yakuza were just the first of what I assumed to be many. After all, like the government, our secrets have secrets. Saying that as thanks for taking down an annoying thorn in our sides, I'm willing to do anything within my power to help you, especially since your battle with the Yakuza has left your laboratory in this state," the Prime Minister offered. A huge smile came upon Izuku's face and he pulled out his Purapad while explaining, "Now that you mentioned it, I was hoping you can proprietor this stretch of land just outside the city. If possible. It's way earlier than expected, but I had wanted to open a new and larger facility out there. But seeing that our current residence has been compromised, it will have to become our new residence." Egon was surprised, not by what he did, but by how far he was thinking ahead. And a good thing too. If he hadn't had his sights on this, Egon would have to search for a new place entirely or try and rebuild the current one. Construction would get in the way of progress and they could be compromised during it, and trying to find a place would take up so much time he wouldn't be able to run the facility on top of it. And knowing Izuku, he probably already had several different schematics for the building. While he was ruffling his head with a smile, the Prime Minister told him, "Consider it yours. I'll have the paperwork drawn up and the ownership of the land under your names and the facility. You may do with it as you please." The two of them bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for your generosity, Madam Prime Minister. A few more things I'd like to be informed of before we part ways," she asked the two men as they looked at her from their bow, curious what you wanted to know. "Where did those giant spiders come from?" she asked with a raised eyebrow and skeptical tone. Realizing she knew it was from them, Egon's sweat dropped, and rubbing his head, he told her, "Oh, that was an accident. But don't worry, the brood mother will be sent off to the Pacific alongside Torch Wick and the many other animals we've created. And there shouldn't be any of the children left, right?" he asked. Hankoi, who shook his hand in a SOSO motion, turning back to the displeased woman, Egon informs her, "Well, we'll be sure to transfer any of them left overseas." "And when are you planning this shipment?" she asks. "We've just chartered a large enough cargo ship, and they will be sent out in 4 days, Izuku answers. "And are you 100% sure all the Yakuza are dead, especially their leader?" she asks further. "All of them were killed in the lab and their bodies used to form that giant thing." that attacked the city. As for the leader, there is no doubt that he was incinerated by Torchwick. The only survivor is that one over there, Egon answered while pointing over to Starro Rapper, who was bound in cuff and quirk restraints, and the giant starfish on his chest. The Prime Minister's husband inquired. Oh, something new we've been experimenting with. Don't worry, the Yakuza is harmless so long as the starfish is still attached. Well, retrieve it now, Egon assured them. Pura, who heard what he said, pulled them off to the side and told him in a hushed voice, Sir, we don't know if Starro will have the same effect as his copies. No time like the present, Egon disconcertedly shrugged. Even if the huge man did die, it's not like he would have been missed. But much to their surprise, when Izuku walked over to the starfish alien, it detached from his chest and jumped into the boy's arms. Afterward, Rapper fell to his knees and began to groan as if coming out of a lucid and heavy dream. Egon breathed a sigh of relief at not having to let everyone watch a grown man have his chest cavity ripped out, and said with a chipper tone, See, total fine. Finally coming to his senses, Rapper asked half-dazed, What happened? One of the officers who had Rapper detained told him, The Yakuza have been destroyed and you're under arrest, Kendo Rapper. Rapper froze up as he tried to absorb all this news at once, even as the officers tried to put him in the squad car. That is until he broke out of his trance and proclaimed, Sweet, I have no more ties. Hey, where is that fight lady? He half yelled in excitement as he looked around to find Cho. When he caught sight of her, he yelled, There you are. Hey, marry me. Oh boy, here we go, Cho said in exasperation as she was being tended to by Chopper. Hey, you're in charge. Hire me, Rapper suddenly shouted to Egon as the officers fought against his strength to try and place him in the car. I'm serious. I'll even do it for half off. He shouted his offer as the officers finally managed to get him in and drive off. Once gone, Izuku, Egon, the Prime Minister, her husband, and the guards all looked at one another in awkward silence until Egon broke the ice by saying, Well, that was something. The Prime Minister cleared her throat and said before leaving, Have a good day. Professor, Doctor. I'll send some contractors to help assess and clean up your building. Thank you again, Madam Prime Minister. The two scientists said in unison. Once the highest body of government was out of sight, Izuku whispered to Egon, You're not going to tell her about Eri. Egon fervently shook his head and told him, Torchwick and Pacifica were going to be known at some point, no matter how well we tried to hide it. But I ain't letting the government get a whiff of that girl if it's the last thing I do. Thinking back to where he left Eri in the building with some of the girls to watch over her. CH-52, Confrontation. Where am I? Overhaul asked as his eyes fluttered open after a very long, groggy, and uncomfortable sleep. Good to see you awake, Overhaul. Or should I say, Kaichisaki, a voice said to him. Overhaul tried, and failed, to bring his head up fast. Feeling whiplash hit him hard, as he winced from the pain. So he took it slowly and noted how he had been strapped to a chair with an overhead light. Looking down at himself, he was once again reminded of his lost limbs, truly hoping in his mind that it had all been a dream. Sitting across from him was another person silhouetted by the darkroom, outside of the light's range and staring straight at him, trying to get comfortable in his restraints. He asked back incredulously, You know who I am? I have my ways, the voice said nonchalantly. Overhaul recognized the voice, and as his mind cleared up, you realized who it was, and stated, You're Egon. Egon sat up from his seat and walked into the light, revealing himself, and saying, Glad you noticed. Where am I? What do you want? Overhaul tries to demand as best he could in his weakened state. Egon chuckled at the question and answered, You're back in my laboratory, in a secret area, you know, the one you nearly wrecked. He half yelled, quickly, getting extremely angry before saying with a calmer tone, As for what I want to make you suffer. But don't get it twisted, I don't want to make you suffer. Exclusively because you nearly destroyed my life's work, threatened my staff, and a whole dictionary's worth of petty gripes. He listed off while getting increasingly irritated for trying to rein in his anger as he told him, No, I want to make you suffer for what you did to that girl. Overhaul looked up to the side, thinking deeply to himself, not realizing what he meant at first until it finally clicked. He asked dumbly, Eri. Egon's anger exploded and he ran up, holding the man up by his collar as he screamed into his face. Of course. Who else would I be talking about? He let the man go, straightened out his lab coat, and told him, I don't give a damn about what your end goal was or whatever reasoning you had for it. What you did was sick. You're a monster, plain and simple. You don't deserve mercy, just pain. Overhaul felt a twinge of fear go up his spine as he said this and resisted the urge to gulp as he asked, So you're gonna make me suffer through all she had and kill me when you're done? Egon put on a shocked expression and said back, Kill you? Oh no. You're far beyond the mercy of death. I'm gonna make you suffer and you won't even feel pain in your body. He gets uncomfortably quiet and leans down to his ear where he whispers in the most malicious tone he's heard, I'm gonna make you wish you were dead. Now Overhaul felt true fear that rose through his bones and settled in his stomach, wanting to make him puke. He looked at the sadistically smiling man and asked, What are you gonna do? I'm gonna change you, Egon told him simply while pulling his head away. He then walked to the edge of the light and walking around he explained, You see, here at NIP we've discovered something that could very well be the whole reason for life on this planet, evolution, and the appearance of quirks in general. He stops his walk and stands right in front of him as he finishes, and that same something is what's gonna be used to change you. We've already tried it beforehand. We ended up finding a way to bring back extinct animals and create new ones. Trying to control the shake in his voice, Overhaul inquired, So you're gonna lobotomize me to turn me passive? Egon blew air between his lips and waved his hand while telling him, Oh, don't be silly. I'm gonna take away your humanity and make sure you never forget a single thing about it, from your success to failures. He then cupped one hand to his mouth and called, Oh, doctor, you can come in now. A moment after he said this, a door opened and from the white light of the room outside, strode a huge shape of something. Something came into the light and it was revealed to be some kind of mechanical trolley with a chicken driving it. A chicken with a huge head. The cart had some kind of machine with dozens of different colors crystals. Overhaul looked between the bird, the man, and the machine in a frenzy. Egon motioned his hand to the bird and said, Chisaki, let me introduce you to Dr. Cluck Orpington. She's the only one I can trust to do this procedure and the only one mentally crazy enough to do it and go about her business like it never happened. Have fun with him, doctor, and remember not to hurt him, he said, with a menacing tone, a smile on his face as he left the room behind the sliding door. The chicken then turned her cart sideways and robot arms sprung out from all directions where he could swear the animal was smiling at him like some mad scientist. Then he heard something that made his blood run cold. The chicken spoke, surprising him, as she said, Prepare for your examination. CH-53, the good, the bad, and the vampire. Egon took a deep and calming breath as he left Cluck to her own devices in the room with the former gangster. Today and yesterday had already been tough enough, but he was glad it was all over. After pushing back his hair and fixing his glasses, he heard the voice of Enema ask, behind him, Sir? Are you busy? Egon turned to the ever-changing man and replied, No, I'm not. What's up, Genus? Looking nervous as he tugged on his collar and looked down at his Pura pad, he said, I was taking note and stock of the animals after they had escaped during the whole giant monster deal. Egon's eyes drooped halfway and he asked, How many escaped? Genus waved his hand rapidly and stated, Oh no, don't get it wrong. All of them are completely accounted for, especially every dodo. Except, Egon prompted. Except for one, Genus finally admitted. Egon took a deep breath and exclaimed in relief, Oh, phew? I thought it would be a huge number or something, but Anima just looked off to the side while biting his lower lip. It's one exceptionally problematic one, isn't it? Egon asked him, as the man nodded in confirmation. Egon wipes his hands across his face with a deep sigh before asking with a strained voice, Please tell me it's not the night feeder. No, that died during the invasion, Genus informs him. Getting a bit less stressed, he inquired, The Glavenus. Currently being treated for its severed tail, Genus replied. Now even more off his edge, he asked more confused, The spiders. Any of them still left out inside Ungoliant's Kamba? Anialma told him. That Dodongo, Egon asked after exhausting all other terrible outcomes. They are harmless unless provoked, Genus once again informed me. Now fully confused by the man's previous stress and discomfort, he asked blankly. Then what? Genus looked off to the side again while grinding his teeth as he told him. Something else I was currently working on. I have sent updates to you on a regular schedule. Egon blinked a few times, trying to remember what he meant. Then it came to him. And he asked back, you mean that vampire you accidentally created? Anima nodded, and Egon shook his head rapidly before asking, how? I thought we made sure its enclosure was not hooked up to the purge modification. Looking over his Pura pad again, Anima told him, during overhauls, abomination transformation, the walls making up its enclosure were absorbed into it, and when things calmed down and night fell, it fled into the city. Egon wipes his hands across his face in stress once more and inquires, please tell me you put a tracker on that thing. I did, but it remembered where it was and removed it. Anima told him in a nervous manner. Egon took a minute to turn around, take off his glasses, rub his eyes, breathe deeply, and ask him, Anima, please tell me what you put into that thing and what it does. Anima looked through his notes quickly and told him, that and human mostly, then some cuttlefish, axolotl, sea sponge, mosquito, and a few other things. Why? Was all the man could ask back in the form of a plea. Genus finally dropped his unsure and nervous state as he half exclaimed to the man, you know what the purpose of those experiments was? I was trying to see if I could craft a spliced human and bat genome for it to have an immune system, comparable to humans, so humans could have a way to be naturally immune to many diseases. All tests failed since the genes would deteriorate and reject one another, so I had to add something else to help them meld better. Egon accepted his answer, knowing it was partly his fault for allowing it to happen, though he never would have expected something like this to happen. So, he sighs calmly and reiterates, what can it do? Oh, you know, suck blood, fly, superhuman everything, turn invisible, harden its skin, razor claws, shapeshift dash dot. Genus began to list off. Shapeshift. Egon cut him off in an explosion of concern and fear. So far it can take the form of certain animals and even a human disguise. Genus quickly told him, trying to reassure him. Though this explanation does not help his mood, Egon pulls at his hair before breathing again and firmly tells him, we have to find it and kill it. No exceptions. Genus knew that would be the outcome of this talk and accepted it the moment he knew his creation escaped. In all honesty, he is planning on scrapping the creature and starting from scratch. Yes, sir. I brought this up with Hatsum and Pulden, all-nighter to have a few assassin droids ready to go out on the hunt, he told his boss. Egon nods and tells him as they both walk off, I better call the police and heroes about this. No one can fight that thing. A few hours later. Sir, I have a report from the police and the assassin droids, Genus told Egon, as he poked his head into his room the day after they discussed the current situation. Please tell me it's dead, Egon hopefully asked with a sigh, but instead saw the changing man solemnly shake his head. Then what news do you have? He sighs, and asks him after rubbing his eyes. Pulling up his Pura pad and looking over his findings, he tells him, police and heroes alike have reported people going missing and a strange woman in a sleek white sheet. The assassin droids have been found and destroyed. It's smarter than we have credit for. Both Egon and Genus shook in fear at the thought. On the plus side, we've determined its feeding pattern, hunting grounds, and 3 potential spots for its nest. Genus tried to assure him with a nervous chipper tone. Then get Hatsum to fix up or upgrade some more assassin droids, Egon told him, as if the answer was obvious. Genus thinks and then their eyes. This is just my guess, but I think that thing knows the droids aren't real and has figured out a way to outmaneuver its AI. Egon sighs and cups his hands around his mouth as he thinks aloud, leaning back in his chair. It would take too long to make a newer and better AI. So what do you have in mind? Genus smiles at the question and then offers, we pilot the droids remotely. We're check out the sites, find the vampire, and kill it. No harm to anyone and it's done. Quietly. Egon smiles at the idea and then agrees. That's a good idea. I also took the liberty of bringing this up with Professor Cho and she can outfit the droids with vampire-killing equipment. Genus follows up. Egon raised an eyebrow and inquired in a joking tone, what, like a cross and stakes? I had a feeling something like this may happen, so I gave it lots of weakness. Specifically to sunlight, Genus explained with a smirk. Egon gets up from his seat, claps the man on his shoulder, and says to him in a low, excited tone, then let's go vampire hunting. CH-54, a hunting we will go. The next day, Genus, Egon, and Izuku had set off their 3 individual assassin droids to the 3 primary locations where the vampire could lair. The 3 of them were sitting at individual computers that were directly connected to each of their robots. On the screen was live video footage of what each droid could see. The 3 men piloted them by keyboard, almost like a first-person shooter. Each droid is outfitted with all sorts of vampire-killing equipment ranging from UV light, cannons, blades, buzzsaws, reinforced armor, more flexible and deleterious joints, bombs filled with silver powder and herbs the vampire was deathly allergic to, and a slew of other devices and weapons. Once the droids were finished, they quickly went through a test run by each scientist and then sent out the very next night to not waste any time. Each scientist had an earpiece to not have to yell over one another, and the sound was picked up by the monster's super hearing. Anything on your end, Genus? Egon asked over his earpiece. Genus took a moment to scan the chemical plant he was investigating and then reported, nope, empty. You. Egon also scanned the nuclear plant he was searching, and after getting the reading back he replied, dead end on my end. How about you, Izuku? After getting no response from the boy for over a minute, he called again, Izuku. I think I found it, Izuku said out of the blue. Hearing this, Egon immediately told him, share your feed. Izuku tapped a few keys on his board and shared his live video over to the other 2. On the shared screen it showed the inside of a hydropower plant. One room in particular seemed to be filled with cocoon-like structures that suspended what looked to be humans. What the? Egon said in disgust as he watched the robot's head look around and scan the area made into a living meat locker. Yep, this is its nest. Open, dark, warm, and full of food, Genus confirmed. Are those people bound in webs? Izuku asked. Genus, Egon growled. Genus swiftly and feverishly protested. I didn't add spider DNA, I swear. Though I might have added a pinch of swiftlet. So it's spite. Gross, Izuku complained. Where's the vamp? Egon asked as he put his face to the screener to find it. Probably out of getting more food, I added some pack rat to it. Genus explained. To him. Of course you did. Egon sighed as he flopped back into his seat while rubbing his eyes. Just then Izuku picked something up on the droid's hearing sensors and tuned it in. Once doing that, heard something strange and clear, sharing it with the others. He asked, wait, you hear that? The other 2 went quiet and listened in as Egon said in confusion, singing. The assassin droid turned around, and standing in a spot that had previously been unoccupied was what looked to be a woman with bright red hair, made up into a bun, pale white skin, green eyes, and wearing nothing but a sleek and slim sheet that covered her like a cloak. There he heard the woman sing clearly as she walked about the dark power pants room filled with human victims. Wolves asleep amidst the trees, bats all swaying in the breeze. But one soul lies, anxious wide away, fear in all manner of ghouls, hags, and wraiths, she sang as she picked up a stuffed animal that no doubt belonged to a child victim. He had his chance to try and see what she was about, whether their target or some crazy woman, and if it was the target, whether it was intelligent and could be reasoned with. So he turned on the Dorid speaker system and said, nice tune. Never heard it before. The woman looked displaced at the toy and threw it off to the side as she replied in a hoarse tone as if she wasn't used to speaking at all. Folk has forgotten it. Got other things on their mind, Izuku said back as he made the droid primates. Weapons and defenses. Things like me, she asked coyly while turning her hand as she unbound her hair, allowing it to fall like streams of blood around her head and face. Izuku couldn't help but be enamored by her beauty, but shook himself out of the thought as he said in a serious tone, you know I've come for you. She chuckles at the statement and walks to the side while undoing the first few buttons on her outfit and saying, time passes and no amount of duty could convince any human to hunt me down. She said the last few words in an increasingly demonic tone while pulling the white sheet past her shoulders. With one little pull, allowing the cloth to come just to her nipple line, she suddenly vanishes like the wind, disappearing from view as her clothing falls to the ground. Izuku quickly looked around and saw how the water on the ground broke and a nearby door was slammed open. Although Izuku quickly figured out what had happened, Egon didn't, and he exclaimed in shock and fear, "She's gone." But Genus assured him and said, "No, just invisible. Let's get our droids to help out. Doctor, keep her busy till we get there. Don't let her escape." Izuku nods and begins to prime the other defenses in the droid. First, he activated the force field splinter made from the remains of one of the Yakuza 8 bullets. He had the blade protruding from the right hand and allowed the left hand to produce the silver bombs. Finally, he released a blood agent through clear tubes in its body and simulated a false heartbeat. The blood circulating throughout the false vascular system was made from human blood but drugged with things extremely toxic to the monster. Once the robot was ready, it began to walk straight to the idly swinging door, where Egon asked, "What did you call this thing again?" Genus scratched the back of his neck and answered, "An Alp." The robot walked into the new room, seeing it was one of the storage areas for spare parts for repair on the many machines. Once in, it used its scanner to look around but found nothing at all. Just some rats. That's when Izuku realized that the creature could no doubt control its body heat and become invisible to heat sensors. Then the movement sensor picked up something on one of the metal rafters above him, and without turning the machine's head, he made it throw the bomb in the direction. The bomb broke and thousands of tiny little fragments of silver exploded everywhere like a confetti cannon, thus allowing the invisible monster to become visible, at least in its outline. It jumped down from the rafters and roared at the machine as they both engaged in a battle of claws and blades. Using its hardened skin, the Alp easily blocked the blade. However, once it realized the weapon was made of silver, it changed strategy and used its unnatural flexibility to dodge. Eventually, the robot managed to grab the Alp and throw it to the ground, where it tried to pierce its heart. Unfortunately, the creature seemed to turn into the wind itself and slipped straight through. The robot looked around for the creature but found nothing. That is, until a huge metal box was thrown at it and the force field splinter was used to block the attack. The Alp tried to come in from behind with an attack, but the machine picked up its movement and whirled around to blast it with a beam of pure sunlight. The Alp screamed and backed off while trying to cover its face, only to get slashed across the arms and face by the blade. Although the blade cut through, the wounds healed almost instantly. That's when the Alp got back its sight, screamed, and charged at the machine, pinning it to the wall. Just before it could pierce the robot, it dropped a new bomb filled with the toxins. And with a huge cloud enveloping the two of them, the Alp ran out of the cloud, coughing violently, only for it to be pinned to the wall adjacent by giant staples. The droid walked out of the cloud and walked toward the Alp with its UV light directly on it and its blade at the ready. The Alp's skin burned like paper in the fire, and as it tried to break free, it stopped, took a deep breath, and suddenly released a power scream so strong that not only did it send the robot flying, it broke the UV light and caused Izuku to rip off his earpiece from the sod being filtered into his own. "That's new," Genus commented, after turning his head into a cicada to suppress the scream. "That's new," Ejin yelled after nearly having his hearing knocked out by the scream. But getting back to the topic at hand, he exclaimed, "Izuku, how's your droid?" Getting his senses back, Izuku pulled up a diagnostic on his droid and saw it had only minor damage. Sighing in relief, he answered back, "Still in one piece." The robot got up from the ground while the Alp broke free of its restraints and the two engaged once more. After clashing once again, the Alp grabbed the metal box and threw it at the machine, to which it blasted the box apart with a fireball from a fire splinter. In the ensuing explosion, the Alp kicked the robot in its stomach and clawed its face, causing it to fall. It managed to get back up, but the Alp snuck up behind it, grabbed its head, and sunk its teeth into the clear tube filled with blood. Once it got more than enough, it threw the robot aside and, looking down on the machine, now fully visible, it screeched at it in a semi-victory. As it stalked towards it, it quickly noticed something was wrong. It looked down at its naked body and noticed that its natural armor was fading and its blood was boiling. After realizing what the machine had done, it screeched at it and went in for an attack, only for it to be forced back into the concrete wall by an Air Force splinter. The droid fixed its broken sword arm and adjusted its neck before going in for a counterattack. The apple hastily got up and tried to attack as well, but quickly found itself on the losing end as the blade cleanly sliced off its arm, a gash across its stomach, and one more across its neck. Only this time the injuries did not heal. The Alp fell to the floor and began to rapidly crawl away while screaming in fear, only for the droid to unleash a sliver net on its body, trapping it under the weight. As a new UV light shined on it, keeping it still as it approached while readying its blade for the final strike. White Trap the Alp managed to turn around, retake its human form, and put on a pathic expression that made Izuku stop its movement. Incentivized even more when it said in its hoarse voice, "No, no. Please, please. Don't kill me. I want to live." Izuku stopped his final blow on the dying creature and felt his sense of morality and bleeding heart begin to fight with him as he stared back at the pleading face of the Alp. Noticing Izuku's lack of incentive, Genus exclaimed, "Izuku, what are you doing? She's right there." But Izuku tried to argue, only for Egon to yell in haste, "But nothing. Take her down. Why are you doing this? I just want to live." "Oh please, please," the Alp begged, pathetically, striking deeper into Izuku's heartstrings. Izuku ripped off his glasses as he shook his head to clear his mind and tried to negotiate with the other two men. "She thinks and feels. She's like Otto and Cluck. Can't we dash?" But Genus cut him off and stated firmly, "Izuku, I know what you're thinking, but take it from the person who created that thing. She's a mimic. She's not intelligent. She's just trying to misdirect you. She's an animal." Izuku looked back at the screen, still conflicted between his mind and feelings until the Alp made her move. Seeing the lack of movement in the machine, she smiled evilly as she broke free from the net and charged at it despite the UV light burning her flesh. But Izuku reacted fast and made the robot bring up its arm, staking the creature straight through its chest. The creature halted, one pierced on the blade and appeared to die right through. But that was another ruse as it tried to lash out with its claws, only from Izuku to make the blade turn into a chainsaw and cut the Alp straight in half. When the buzzsaw broke through the flesh, the two halves of the surprised Alp fell to the ground and bled out, finally killing the creature. Izuku was shocked, scared, and sad at the same time as he breathed heavily and his eyes streamed with tears as his inner mind and emotions battled like a raging storm. His hands shook and he leaned his head down to the floor where he pushed his chair out and began to weep into his hands. At this point, Genus and Egon came to the boy, seeing his state of being. Genus came up to him, wrapped him in a hug, and praised him in a soothing voice, taking the form of a cat. "You did good, kid. You did well." Egon rustled his hair, a proud expression on his face as he told him, "Let's call the heroes and police later. I'm so glad you were able to handle this. But why didn't you tell us? We would have dealt with it." A hero told the three scientists as they all converged at the hydroelectrical plant, with law enforcement and other heroes alike assessing the scene. "No offense, but even we didn't know what we were fully up against. We only found its nest on a guess," Izuku told the hero. "We also didn't want you getting hurt because of our mistake," Genus said with an awkward laugh and rubbing his head. "And if she fled, we would have been back to square one," Egon stressed with a sigh. Before their conversation could continue, an officer went up to the chief of police and informed him, "Sir, we've found all the missing people, and they're all alive." "That's a relief," Izuku, Genus, and Egon all said at the same time with the police chief, getting weird stares from the law enforcement and heroes. But the other officer takes the attention away from them as he continues, "Seems like she was keeping them as a constant food source. Also, there's one other thing," he said while addressing the scientist. "That creature, you called it a vampire, right?" The men look at one another, back to the officer where they all nod. The officer pushed back his hat, eyes wide as he shook his head and told them in an uncomfortable, "Well, you may want to see this." Everyone was curious about how vague he was and followed him into a different room. A much larger room that was far larger and housed over a dozen different, strange, large, nearly human-sized structures. Glossy, translucent, glowing, slimy, and soft to the touch in appearance with an off-white grayish color to them. Blinking in confusion before the strange things, Izuku asked, "How are those eggs?" Genus took the stage and did a once-over of the things before confirming, "Yep, they're eggs." Genus rubbed his chin and said in self-satisfaction with solving some kind of mystery. No wonder she was keeping all these people here. She was going to feed them to her kids. This thought made everyone shiver in a mixture of fear and disgust, making Genus sweat drop as he realized he said it with a sense of excitement and out loud. What kind of vampire lays giant eggs? A hero asked. One that has several species of amphibian, reptile, and bird including kiwi in its genome. Genus answered plainly, making the hero stare at him suspiciously. Egon quickly interjected and told the law enforcement and heroes, "We'll take it. Back to our laboratory. We'll see what hatches, and if it's a threat we'll eliminate them." The laboratory that just got destroyed, the chief of police asked back. Rhetorically. This time it was Izuku who stepped up and explained to the suspicious and concerned people, "We have a few testing chambers that survived. It'll be more than enough to house these things and figure out what to do with them." With that, he clapped his hands and a bunch of very large and strong-looking robots waddled in and picked up each soft-shelled egg before taking them out of the plant and into a large truck to be transported and placed into one of the remaining reinforced testing chambers at NIP. What was inside of the eggs, time could only tell, and all could only hope they weren't half as bad as most expected them to be. CH-55, save the date. Chopper, Izuku yelled to an obviously sleeping Chopper as he burst to his desk, glasses nearly falling off his face. "I wasn't sleeping on the job," Chopper exclaimed while waking up and yelling. "Back." "What?" Izuku asked. "What?" Chopper said back. Shaking his head and fixing his glasses, Izuku asked him, "Never mind that. I need your help." Standing at a mock salute, Chopper announced, "You can count on me for anything." Izuku clapped his hand with a smile as he told him, "Great. My mom and Egon are going on a date tonight and I need to ruin it." Chopper's eyes shrunk to pinpoints at the favor and he instantly backtracked and told him, "Anything but that." Izuku got on his knees, elbows on the table, and with clasped hands he begged, "Come on, Chopper. Please." Chopper crosses his arms and shakes his head as he asserts, "No way. I'm not getting involved in someone else's love affair. Plus he's my boss." "So am I," Izuku pointed out. Chopper's sweat dropped at him trying to string-arm his company position and told him with a sigh, "Look Izuku, your feelings are valid over the situation you're in. But I'm not helping and there is no way you can convince me," he said flatly while turning away and crossing his arms. "Tilda, I'll pay you, Tilda," Izuku said in a sing-song voice. "Pay me what?" Chopper asked while peeking over his shoulder in curiosity. "Tilda cotton candy, Tilda," Izuku sang as he pulled out a huge wad of pink cotton candy from somewhere. Seeing his expression right after, Izuku knew he found the ticket. So too did Doctrine, as once she heard this she knew it was all over, but hoped that Chopper wouldn't fall so easily. Unfortunately, her hope was squashed out when she saw a drooling Chopper reaching out for his favorite food. "Chopper," she said firmly, doing nothing to stop him. "Chopper, no," she exclaimed firmly, getting his attention but still trying to accept the food. "Don't you dare," she warned while walking up, but the reindeer was already leaning towards the sugar treat, eyes still locked on her. Finally losing her composure, she yelled threateningly, "Tony Chopper, I swear if you do this then I'll dash." Later at the restaurant, Egon and Inko were having dinner. Izuku and Chopper were hidden behind a bush nearest to their table, with Izuku in disguise and Chopper in casual attire with several welts and bruises, courtesy of Doctrine after he obviously accepted Izuku's offer. "Worth it," the reindeer said while painfully eating the huge stick of sweetness. "So what's the plan?" he asked Izuku while sniffing back his nose blood. Izuku looked through a pair of binoculars and ducked down to him while whispering, "It's really simple. What you're gonna do is dash. Egon sat at a table on the outside terrace of the restaurant, dressed in his best suit, with wild hair tamed as best he could. The night was brisk and the moon was full, with a candlelight touch. He hadn't been waiting long until he saw a familiar face come into view. Waving his hand in the air, he calls, "Inko, over here." Inko, in her black dress, smiles when she sees him and walks over while taking a seat. After putting her purse down, she apologetically says, "Sorry, I'm late. Work." Egon waves her off and replies, "It's okay, I understand, with all the craziness going on at the facility. I mean, we're only a day away from finally sending off Torchwick to Pacifica." Inko puts on a worried expression that soon changes to relief as she says, "I heard about that from Izuku. I can't believe you took down the Yakuza. In the end, I'm just glad you're both safe. Egon nods and says back, me too. I got here a few minutes ago. Hope you don't mind, but I got us some wine. He motions to the bottle. Looking it over, a happy smile comes across her face as she states, oh, this is my favorite brand. Really? Mine too, Egon says excitedly. Meanwhile, back with the teens, Izuku was making a barfing face while stating, UCK. Just look at them. It's disgusting. I'm not one for human romance, but I think it's kinda sweet, Chopper says while putting his hooves to his chin and wiggling in happiness. Izuku cracks his neck to his friend and demands, whose side are you on? Chopper looks around, then to the ground, and finally at his incentive where he holds it out and proclaims, cotton candy, leading Izuku to sweat drop in return. Back with the adults, after chatting, laughing, and sipping their wine, Egon reached behind his seat and said, I hope you don't mind, but I got you a little something. Inko blushes while waving him off and says, oh Egon, you didn't have to get me a gift. It's not anything physical. Egon chuckled as he brought out a lute. Realizing what he meant, Inko asked in surprise, you can play? Egon nods and tells her, when I was young. But I picked it back up recently. I thought I'd do the cheesy romantic thing and serenade you. Well, I've never been serenaded before, so I'm excited, Inko said with a blush, and smile on her face as she leaned in, waiting for Egon to tune the instrument. Once he did, everything seemed to go dead silent the moment he sang. Despite being a scientific-level recluse, Egon had a knack for song, and so he sang, these scars long have yearned for your tender caress. To bind our fortunes, damn what the stars own. Rend my heart open, then your love profess. A winding, weaving fate to which we both atone. You flee my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of forest locks entwisted, stormy. Of emerald eyes, glistening as you weep. I know not if fate would have us live as one, or if by love's blind chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began. Did it forge a love you might never have found? You flee my dream come the morning. Your scent, berries tart, lilac sweet. To dream of forest locks entwisted, stormy. Of emerald eyes, glistening as you weep. The whole restaurant, inside and outside, was completely shocked into silence. Done couples and people by themselves were weeping, embracing, or feeling the passion once again and making out. Inko was misty-eyed throughout the whole thing. After wiping her eyes dry she said, oh Egon, that was the most beautiful thing I've heard. Egon gave a dorky smile and said, I'm glad you liked it because I practiced. Like, really hard. Back behind the bushes, Izuku was making a WTF expression mixed with nausea while Chopper was trying and failing to hold back tears. Eventually, he broke and said between chokes, Izuku, I don't want to do this anymore. Izuku snapped his head to him and exclaimed, don't tell me you're chickening out on me now. But their love is so pure, Chopper babbled out in a loud sob, only for Izuku to tackle him to the ground and cover his mouth while hissing at him, keep your voice down. After putting his lute away, Egon saw how drastically Inko's expression changed. Now she looked distant and stressed. Observing this aloud, he asked, what's wrong, Inko? You look stressed. Is it work? She shook her head. Is it you know who? Egon guessed after a moment of thought. This time she nods. I can only guess that he has brought up his displeasure with our relationship. He guesses. Again with a sigh, getting another nod. He sighed again as he slouched over and guessed, and you're not bothered by our relationship. You're bothered that his so. Bothered by it, right. This time she looked away misty-eyed and nodded. Inko, do you want to break up? Egon asked out of the blue. Inko's eyes shot open wide, and the moment she exclaimed, what? So too did Izuku and Chopper, both quickly ducking back down before they were spotted. After shrugging off the other two voices, Egon went on to explain himself. I get it. He's your son and you want to make him happy. He may be a teenager, but he's still a kid that needs his mom. You're his norm and always have been, and then I came in and threw a wrench in that norm, and it makes him feel threatened. Egon took Inko's hands in his, making the woman shudder, and she sighed a breath of sadness, holding back her emotions as she said, I didn't know how to bring it up, or if I should. Egon smiles at her, gently stroking her strained and tired fingers as he tells her in his soft, soothing voice, it's okay, Inko, I understand. You're doing this for him, too. Make him happy. He's not gonna be okay with us overnight. Inko sniffles back her emotions and admits to him. I haven't been this happy or in love with another person in such a long time. I thought that Izuku was old enough that he didn't need me emotionally. I guess I was wrong. I guess my son just isn't ready yet, despite all he has done and accomplished. Izuku hears this, and suddenly feels his emotions, morality, and ego clash with one another, making him feel a sick sense of guilt. I am happy being with you, she tells him with a teary smile, looking into his eyes. Egon smiles softly at her and assures her, it's okay, Inko. We can wait till he is, or until one of us finds someone else. Inko reaches across the table and hugs him before the two sit back down, and she begins to tell him, thank you for understanding, Egon. You're such a good man. I wish it could dash. New, Izuku exclaimed as he burst from the bushes and ran towards their table. Shocked and scared half to death by this, Egon fell out of his chair and he exclaimed, what her? Izuku, Inko questions as the teen runs into her arms and begins to cry like a baby. I'm sorry I owe you. He sobs like a broken mess. After sobbing for a bit, and sniffling enough to speak, he says between choking sobs, I promise I won't get in the way of your relationship anymore. I'll approve of it. Please don't be a sad mom. I want you to be happy as well. Inko's eyes soften as she holds her son and says, oh, sweetie. The two Midoriyas embrace one another as Egon sits back in his seat after collecting his nerves. Once seated, he looks to the bush Izuku bolted out from and says, you can come out, Chopper. I know you're there. How? Chopper asks as he comes out from the plant. Initially, Egon's face was controlled to surprise at seeing the state of the poor animal, until he realized that it was from Doctrine, who was no doubt trying to stop him from being bribed by the cotton candy in his hoof. So he calms himself and says, this place sells exotic meat dishes. One of them is reindeer. Chopper freezes up and he stares at the man in horror until Egon bursts out laughing and assures him, I'm just kidding. I could smell the candy floss in your hoof. Chopper looked at the sweet treat in his hoof and then blushed as he tried to hide it behind his small body, making Egon chuckle. After calming himself down, Izuku stands up, trunks to Egon with watery eyes, and apologetically says, I'm sorry, Egon, for everything. I was just being childish and selfish and not thinking about how you two felt. Egon gave a half smile before telling him off. Well, you are still a child, Izuku, and you're definitely right in saying you were selfish. Egon, Inko exclaimed. Egon shoots a look at her and exclaims back, what? Do you want me to coddle him and say he wasn't? The boy's got to learn one way or another and I ain't no sugarcoater. Plus I had to deal with the brunt end of his complaints at work. Inko sighs, exasperated, and turning to her son she asks in a serious yet motherly tone, now Izuku, are you sure you're okay with us being together? Yuku sniffles while rubbing his eyes and nods while answering, you've done so much for me to be happy. I want to do the same for you, at least once. I don't like it, but I'll try to accept it. Inko smiles, hugs him, and tells him, thank you, baby. You've always been such a good boy. Now the two of you go home and let us enjoy our meal. Egon shoos the two boys off, to which they do after giving another apology and goodbye. Once the two boys were out of sight, Inko released a breath she had been holding, and exclaimed, I cannot believe that worked. I can, Egon said with a chuckle. Inko waved herself down and took a sip from her glass as she admitted with a guilty look, I feel a little bad for fooling him like that. As my late mother would say, emotional manipulation is one part of parenting. Egon told her while holding up his finger as if making a point. That's not a good saying, but I understand it at the very least, Inko tells him, while sweat dropping. But enough of that. Egon changes the topic as he holds up his glass and asks, to us. Inko smiles as she holds up her own and clinking it against his she agrees, to us. Later. Thank you for such a wonderful time, Egon. Inko thanked him after they left the restaurant, stomachs full from the amazing food. Anything for my girlfriend, Egon says back in a happy tone, with Inko's arms intertwined in his. Next time I'll treat you, Inko offered. And serenade me, Egon suggested while wiggling his eyebrows at her. Oh, hush you, Inko playful slapped him. Inko, a female voice shouted from behind them. Turning around, they were met with the sight of two well-dressed people, both of which were recognized by Inko as she squeezed Egon's hand. The woman was blonde with red eyes and wearing a red dress, while the man had brown eyes and hair and was wearing a three-piece suit. Mitsuki, she said back in a mix of confusion and fear. Mitsuki ran up to her, grabbed her in a hug, and said with a chipper tone, I haven't seen you in so long. How have you been? I'm great, Inko replied in a distant tone. Mitsuki's expression changed from happiness to sorrow as she asked, Inko, what's wrong? Please tell me. You're practically ghosting me. Was it something I did? She asked as a tearful expression came upon her face. Inko practically jumped at this sight and quickly assured her while waving her hands. No. It was nothing you did. It's just a lot to unpack. Egon then placed a hand on her shoulder and told her, then maybe this is the time to unpack it. Inko looked to relent easily as she placed her head down, and seeing this, and getting the wrong idea, Mitsuki demanded, who the fuck are you? Mitsuki, her husband, Masaru, warned her. Mitsuki took a step back and corrected herself. Oh, sorry. Whom the fuck are you? No, he exasperated. By the gods, Inko, I can see why she's your friend. I already love her, Egon whispered to her with a smile as she smiled. He then stuck his hand out to them and introduced himself saying, Professor Egon Cristallo. And you must be Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo? Inko speaks very highly of you too. Before either of them could shake, they both halt for a moment in shock until Mitsuki asks, Professor Egon? As in that Professor Egon. Do you know any others? Egon jokingly asks back. No, I just, damn Inko. What kind of bait were you using to snag this catch of the day? She asked in a congratulatory back slap. Mitsuki, Inko shouted in embarrassment. She's used her curves. All her curves. Egon told them while making motions with his hands. Egon, she shouted at him, getting even redder as she hid her face. Holy shit, Inko, I love this guy already, Mitsuki said with a laugh and a playful punch on his ribs, making Egon reel back and rub his side. After rubbing away the pain, Egon took a more serious tone and told them, but on a serious note, I think you two should seriously talk. Don't worry about us men. We'll just be chewing the fat over here, he assured them while dragging Masaru away as the two women sat down on a nearby bench. While the woman spoke, the two men shared a smoke and after puffing a bit, Masaru asked to break the ice. So, you and Inko. Egon chuckled while putting out his smoke and told him, what can I say? She's a one-of-a-kind woman. I thought I'd never find love and then she just showed up. Sounds like me and my wife, Masaru said back with a chuckle. Though if I'm being honest, our first experience together was kinda terrifying. Egon admitted while looking off to the side. Sounds like me and my wife, Masaru admits with a small laugh before divulging. One day I met her and the next I was at the altar before a church full of my family saying, I do. Masaru was laughing like it was an old funny memory, but Egon was staring at him in a mixture of worry and disbelief. But before they could continue with their conversation, Mitsuki suddenly yelled, what? And there it is, Egon stated as the two of them walked back to the women. Once they returned, Inko was on the verge of tears while Mitsuki looked distraught. As she held her hands and asked her in disbelief, Inko, why didn't you tell me all this sooner? A tear ran down her face as she confessed to her friend, I just couldn't or I didn't know how or I just don't know. I learned about it the day you called me and I didn't know how to feel. So I tried putting distance between us so I could sort my feelings out, but I don't think I have. Mitsuki hugged the woman and with a shaky voice apologized. Inko, I am so sorry. This is all my fault. I should have been a better mother and noticed what was happening between our kids. Inko nearly broke down hearing this and hugged her back while saying, it's not your fault, Mitsuki. I didn't know either until I was told. And besides, it's society's fault for putting that toxic mindset into him his whole life. I still think I should have done better. Mitsuki hugged her tighter. Please don't say that, Inko told her, returning the tightness. After the two embraced for a while, they broke apart and began to wipe away their running makeup, after which Mitsuki proclaimed, I'm gonna make this up to you. Inko, I may not be able to bridge the gap between our kids, but I can still whip that kid into a proper adult. Inko smiled at the offer, then watches as she sits back and rubs her head as she groans. There's just the problem of his training. Training, everyone asked. The hero course at UA engages in a full training event throughout the summer break, and Kitsuki has his full attention on it, so much he's blocking out everything else around him. Mitsuki explained in complaint while rubbing her temples and following up saying, I swear that kid has the most stubborn personality and tunnel vision. Sounds like you, Mitsuki. Inko jokes. Oh, how I wish he took after Masaru more than me. Mitsuki complained as she slapped her head, making Masaru smile. Once he's back home and out of that funk of his, I'll sit him down and set him straight, she promised with fiery resolve. Thank you, Mitsuki, Inko said in a small, happy voice while taking her hands. Mitsuki embraces her friend again and tells her, of course, Inko. You're my best friend in the world. I don't know what I'd do without you. I'm glad this has a happy ending between you two, Masaru said with a happy tone. It's enough to make a grown man cry, Egon said while wiping his eyes with his sleeve. After the two let go of each other, Mitsuki suggested, let's get together sometime for a girls' outing. That sounds wonderful, Inko agreed. And then maybe a double date, Mitsuki offered again. Oh, I've never done a double date, Egon stated excitedly. And then you can give me all the juicy details about how you and he dash. Mitsuki whispered to Inko in a low and saucy tone, only for the woman to go bright red and yell while covering her face. Mitsuki, please. Now I really like her, Egon proclaimed as she and Egon high-fived, making Masaru and Inko laugh. The two women stood up from the bench and went to the sides of their men as Mitsuki told Inko, we'll talk soon, Kay. Inko agrees in a nod and tells her, yeah, talk soon. Have a good night, Mitsuki. You too, Masaru. After they say their goodbyes for the night, the two couples part ways to their respective homes. A night that mended many strained relationships. CH56, a second chance. Are you sure about this? Izuku worriedly asked his mentor as he watched him pack up for his meeting at Tartarus. Egon turns to him, nods affirmatively, and states, of course I am. He may be the last living family I have left. I would rather take the chance than live my life, regretting I never tried. Besides, the worst he can say is no, he sighs as he locks down the briefcase and says in worry, I'm just more worried about Cho. What about me? The woman asked as she stepped into the office. Egon walks up to the woman, puts on a sympathetic expression, and asks her, you sure you're okay with asking him to work for us? The whole reason this will work is because he's so smitten with you. He'll be after all over you every day. Cho rolls her eyes and waves him off while assuring him with a nonchalant attitude, it's fine. Like you said, we need some bodyguards around here and robots can only do so much. Plus I've worked in the armed forces, is no different to the loads of other guys I've worked with. That doesn't make it any better, nor does it help me feel right about it. Egon stresses his worries. Think of it this way. He likes me, so I can have him do whatever I want. She tried to assure him again, giving him a placid smile. Egon gives her an expression of dismay as he shoots back. Cho, manipulation isn't morally better than harassment, sexual or otherwise. Later at Tartarus, it took Egon about an hour to drive to the high-security facility, and another hour just to get through every last consumes and security detail just to have his meeting with the only two people he would even want to come to this hellhole for. Once in the meeting room itself, Egon had to wait an extra half hour just for his first visitor to show up. Kendo Rapper, the ex-Yakuza ex-member of the 8 Bullets, and the only survivor of the Yakuza invasion on NIP. Once the huge man sat down and was restrained, Egon couldn't even get the first word in as he exclaimed, yes. You didn't even let me finish, Egon told him. You want to hire me as muscle for your Labradors, right? Rapper guessed. Laboratory and yes, Egon corrected and confirmed. Then I agree, Rapper insisted. Egon raises an eyebrow then deadpans. It's for Professor Cho, isn't it? So that's her name, Cho. Rapper purrs like a cat as he stares off into space. Egon snaps his fingers a few times to get his attention from La La Land, and informs him, well, in addition to being a bodyguard, I would also like you to be our test monkey. Test monkey, Rapper questions. Basically we're gonna make things and you have to break them, if at all. Egon explains. I get to fight things on top of that, Rapper excitedly shouts. Pretty much, Egon confirmed calmly. Rapper then slams his hand on the table and yells, sign me the fuck up. The following person he met also took another half hour to complete after taking Rapper away. During this time, Egon grew increasingly anxious about it since it may be life-changing for at least one of them. The officer standing beside him, the one who was usually on call to deal with anything regarding NIP, could see the man's anxiety rise with every finger tap. So he tapped his shoulder and asked him, "You sure you want to do this?" His death row inmate. Egon took a soothing breath and assured him, "I have to take the chance, Momo. He may be a criminal, but he's still my brother. If he rejects it, then I have no choice but to let the law do its thing." He then smiles at the man and says, "By the way, thanks for finding him." Momo smiles back and nods his head as he eats the doors unlocked, and he says, "I wish you luck in that regard." When the doors open, 4 muscular guards all come in holding what look to be catch poles as they walk in a large man in a straight jacket alongside the stand, restraints and quirk-dampening collar. Once he was sat down and fully restrained in the chair across from Egon, he finally got a better look at the man. He wore a straight jacket and the typical prison garb orange jumpsuit. He was tall but not as tall as him, and yet so much wider and more muscular, making Egon a bit jealous. His hair was short, spiky, and colored blonde, and a near-constant scowl adorned his face. One of his eyes was black and the other was a fake with a large scar that went over it alongside part of his cheek and forehead. Egon cleared his throat as he noticed himself staring and started with, "You must be Goto Imasuji." "And who the fuck are you?" he sneered back in a snarl. Egon gulped and centered himself as he stared off by saying, "This is gonna sound really stupid, and I'm sure you'd want to kick me in the crotch for even suggesting it. I want to do that already," Goto told him flatly. Egon sighed and just boldly told him, "You see, the thing is, I'm your brother." Goto's eyes went wide with a mix of surprise and disbelief as he mouthed back, "What? I know, it sounds ridiculous. But it's true, we have the same mother. Unfortunately," Egon explains while putting his chin on his propped hand. "So you met Mom?" Goto inquired. "Like I said, unfortunately." Egon rolled his eyes. "Where's she at?" Jail. She stalked me and my protege to our facility, walked in, and demanded money. For some bogus reason, Egon began to explain to him. "That sounds like her," Goto agreed. "Then attack me and my protege." Egon explains further with anger bubbling up. "Also sounds like her," Goto agreed once again while rolling his good eye. "And then I knocked her out with a decorative pillar," Egon finished with a proud expression. Goto's eyes went wide at that part and he exclaimed with excitement, "I wish I had been there to see that." "I won't lie, it felt really fucking good," Egon admitted while tightening his fists, with a huge smile on his face. "I bet," Goto agreed, leading to the 2 brothers having a good laugh. Once they ended their merriment, Goto got severe again and stated in a deadly tone, "But, what do you want? And what did you mean by facility?" Egon blinked at him dumbly for a moment before it clicked and he asked, "Oh, have I not introduced myself?" Goto disapprovingly shook his head and Egon punched himself while saying, "Sorry, I'm Professor Egon Cristallo, part owner and operator of the Neo Icon Phoenix Research Facility." Now it was Goto's turn to look at him dumbly and Egon inquired, "You haven't heard of me, have you?" Goto just shook his head. "You must not get the news or TV here in Tartarus, do you?" Egon asked and Goto gave him an expression as if to say his question was dumb and obvious. So after sighing in self-disappointment, Egon informs him, "I don't mean to toot my own horn, but I and my protege are kind of a big deal. So that's why Mom came looking for you," Goto said to himself after putting the pieces together. Sitting up straight, he told his brother, "I had wondered why the old fart demanded where she was some months ago. Guess now I know." Egon gave him a questioning look and asked back, "Old fart? Oh, you mean your dad? That meathead our mother left my dad for?" Goto grunted and rolled his eyes as he spat with venom. "Yep, that's him. Don't worry, he's on the far side of Japan, so he shouldn't worry you. Plus he's alcoholic, so I won't be surprised if he drank himself to death." "Thanks for the assurement, I think," Egon said in confusion and worry. "But really, what do you want with me? Don't you know who I am, and what I've done?" Goto demanded, getting increasingly more threatening with every word, making the guards tense up while Egon just sat there calmly. Egon sighs at his reaction and tells him, "I know everything. On the streets you're known as the villain muscular, you're a thief, hired muscle, and killer. You've done so much I could be here for the next hour just summarizing it. Then why are you here? Goto demands. Because any way you see it, we're the only family we have left, Egon tells him, a sad and longing tone in his voice. What about your dad? Goto pointed out. He died with my mom, stepmom last year, Egon explains. And, Goto prompted him. Egon sighed exasperated at his constant questioning, but it made sense due to his history, so he explained as nicely as he could. And I want to help you. And not in. And it's my job or for the good of society at large kind way. I want to help you. 'Cause I want to. You're bluffing, Goto stated, not sounding as sure as before. If I was, I wouldn't be here. I'd let you continue to rot in this hell. Egon points out. Goto glances down at the table and asks, why? Because I understand you. No, you don't. Goto growls at him, shooting the stink eye. Egon props his head on his hand and then verbally dissects. No one's given you a chance, have they? You've always been put down, told you weren't worth something, or couldn't achieve what you wanted. So you finally broke and became all the things they whispered behind your back, just within earshot. Goto visibly cringes at this. I do know what it's like to be you. I do. But unlike you, I had parents who always assured me those things weren't true while yours did the opposite. Egon guessed, and seeing his expression and body language, knew he hit the jail on the head. I know you may not want to accept my help because to you it seems like I'm just lying or using you, but I'd never forgive myself if I didn't. At least try to extend an olive branch, Egon offers to the man. But Goto just turns his head away and in a low tone tells him, leave me alone. Egon sighs dejected and takes a card from his pocket while placing it down on the table. In case you change your mind, here's my card. Call it and I'll bail you. He tells him. I have a life sentence, Goto murmured. I have connections and money, Egon told him without trying to sound as though he was bragging. But even so, Goto didn't see his eyes and seemed to retreat into his straight jacket. Just think about it, okay, Otto-kun, Egon pleaded as he left the table and then the room, leading Goto to be hauled back to his cell with the card in the hand of Officer Momo. CH-57, Research Log, Update. This is Dr. Izuku Midoriya reporting from the Neo-Icon Phoenix Research Facility, or what's left of it. And by that I mean we got invaded and beaten up. Really badly. I'll explain later, but for now, this is just another update of the goings on around. The first thing to cover is we were invaded, again. But we survived, mostly. It was the Yakuza, and they were after something that is currently classified. They lost a lot of their forces in the beginning until the boss carved a path. Then we took them out one after the other till only the boss was left. However, he used his quirk, called Overhaul, to construct himself a massive false body made from the remains of his men and the building itself, this leading to a whole heap of damages and whatnot. Then we sent Torchwick after him and with the aid of heroes was finally defeated. And for what happened, the only thing I can say on camera is that he got torched, no pun intended. The only survivor of the attack on the Yakuza side was one of the 8 bullets, a man who went by the name of Kendo Rappa. He was also responsible for the only injured party on our end, but that was due to Dr. Cho trying to fight him on her own. Apart from that and the building, everyone is fine. Due to this, the Japanese government has allowed us free access to a plot of land I had in mind for an expansion of the facility, in one small part as a thanks for taking down the Yakuza. But now we've had to condemn several parts of the facility due to the damage and possible breaches from thieves. Anyhow, that's the current situation we're experiencing. Now we just have to get in contact with Uraraka Construction Company to start building our new facility. We're even gonna add dorms. For obvious reasons. Anyway, just before the invasion, Dr. Hankoyes Spider, Ungoliant, got into the camber where we kept the first Singularity Soul where one fragment remained. After breaking it. And, well, she got, bigger. Like way bigger. So big that she nearly outsized the room she was contained in, and now we have to break the walls down just to get her out cause she hasn't stopped growing. In addition to that, several changes were made to her physiology as she was exposed to the radiation. First, she grew to over 25 foot tall and is currently 50 foot tall if she holds up her thorax. and stretches her legs out. Apart from that, she almost doesn't even resemble a spider anymore. Sure, she's got the spindly legs, fangs, and thorax of one, but she isn't. She now has several dozen eyes all bunched up on her head, all colored red. She has 12 legs of varying sizes, and once microscopic hairs are now large and thick enough to look more like spikes that cover her body. Her jaws now hinge like a mammal instead of an arachnid, and a whole host of different-sized teeth sit inside, some of which are layered like shark teeth. Honestly, she horrifies me. She also has the innate ability to eat light and expel darkness. I don't know how she does it, but she does. And when she eats the light in a certain area, no light can penetrate the darkness left behind. We've tried everything from replacing bulbs and wiring, but no light, not even fire, will shine in that room. I'm really glad Ungoliant is on our side, otherwise, she might just eat every last bit of light on Earth and leave it in endless darkness. Apart from that, she can also create black webs from her abdomen. We're not entirely sure what the webs can do, but one thing we do know is that they can be woven into an invisibility sheet that was used during the invasion. Apart from that, the webs are just normal, with the additional fact they are man-sized and are stronger than steel but far lighter. But enough of the giant spider was trying to send it over to Pacifica. Instead, let's talk about, actually, just that. Today is finally the day we send Torchwick over to Pacifica. I'm sad to see him go, but happy to know he'll have more room to move around and fly and not that cramped enclosure. Speaking of the island, it's gotten bigger. Now it's nearly as long as India, but not half as wide. It's even started to develop a large section of archipelagos. We really underestimate just how powerful the island bloom was. Having said this, Genus, after being told he had free rein to put whatever he wanted on it, got a bit carried away. And by that, I mean a lot. He made a whole host of creatures for the island in addition to a bunch of others that he used to test several evolution-based theories. Since many of them couldn't be brought out to the public or killed, we decided to stick it there since the island only has plant life and nothing else. Now I'll be going over each creature created and will now be calling Pacifica its new home. I'll also be putting them in separate categories: piscine, mermaids, sirens, whales, plesiosaur, and shark. Note, not all the animals on this list are exclusively fish and are simply referred to as being aquatic. Sirens. The siren is an unusually large fish that has gained the ability to move upon land and breathe air. It's related to the lungfish and has several adaptations for both land and sea-based activity. Its pelvic fins have grown into arm and hand-like structures, allowing for mobility on land via dragging. Though slow on land, they move like a torpedo in the water. Their tails are more similar in structure and usage to an eel. They have a very simple human-like skeleton that allows them to prop upwards and can collapse this skeleton to become more streamlined or hide in smaller places. They have fins upon their heads that give the appearance of hair, and a facial structure that resembles a human face, save for the huge fish eyes on the upper part of its skull. They can change color at will but mostly stay in shades of blue to green with reds and yellows mixed in. Unlike their mythological counterparts, they don't have a hypnotic song. Instead, they mimic the sounds they hear to lure prey. Their most common prey is mermaids. Mermaids. This group comes in 3 separate groups, thusly called common mermaids, selkie, and merrow. I will go into detail on each separately. Common mermaids are the most abundant. They were made from apes and unlike the sirens, are mammals and not fish. They have physiology nearly comparable to humans, save for the lower half which has both legs fused to make a tail. They are covered in a structure similar to the keratin shell of a pangolin, giving them the appearance of scales nearly all over the body that appear green in color. They are completely hairless, save for the head, which is in abundance and long, used for both matting and allure. Males and females are nearly indistinguishable from each other. They have large eyes, webbed fingers that are highly dexterous, and an intelligent mind that can craft tools. They no longer resemble apes and now have a very uncanny valor-like appearance. They are fast swimmers, can hold their breath for 20 minutes, and are highly social. Selkies are monkeys gone under the same changes. Although they keep their original face, their bodies are more similar to pinnipeds. They can easily move on land and gracefully in the water, hold their breath for 15 minutes, live in large family groups, and are unusually friendly. So friendly in fact that anyone can just walk up and pet them. They come in shades of brown to beige and have a diet similar to common mermaids, crabs, fish, squid, and clams. They are also not half as intelligent as common mermaids. Mero are large and aggressive mermaids that were once chimpanzees. They are far larger than the other two kinds and will regularly predate them and sirens. They have a female-dominant social structure with males being only half the size of the female. They come in colors ranging from brown to gray, and some will even have spotted patterns. They appear much like walrus but are far larger and possess large tusks that protrude from the lower jaw to impale prey. They have no higher intelligence and always act like elephant seals in heat. Plesiosaur. This creature is not like the ancient dinosaur or the legendary Loch Ness monster. Instead, it's a sea turtle with an extended neck, making it appear as such. Due to their longer neck, reaching lengths of 10 feet, they can no longer go on land and must remain in the water full time, which they are adapted to. They feed on fish, squid, crabs, and unsuspecting sea birds. Despite their design, they move very easily in the water and can use their necks and amazing eyesight to peek above the water for prey and threats. Shark. The only shark we have is called the twin-tongued wrangler shark. This shark is much larger than any currently known shark, colored a dark red, and looks like any other shark. Apart from that, they have 2 sets of dorsal and tail fins to help them swim more easily through the water. As you might guess, having so many attachments and a larger size, they need lots of food. And because of their size, color, and slow speed, getting food is nearly impossible. So they have a lure in their mouth that appears as a hand, if they can swim close enough or the prey does. They shoot out 2 tongues covered in teeth to grab and pull the prey into its mouth. Whales. We currently only have one type of whale, and thank goodness for that. We have called it the beach whale. It appears as a bowhead whale that can safely beach itself using its fins to pull it up and away from land like a sea lion. With this, it can escape certain predators, sunbathe, or sleep on land. It's also extremely intelligent and empathetic and will help beached whales back to the sea. We hope they go far and wide to help in these efforts. Avane, alicorn, griffins, banshee, red-faced breast, ancient peafowl, dodo. Note, we have created several dozen kinds of birds, but in this, I will go over just a few. Not all the animals here are birds, but are out here in the fact they can fly. Alicorn. Despite its name, it is not a fusion of a unicorn and a pegasus. It's more similar to that of a flying reptile. It appears as a very large, upright, pteranodon-like creature that is about the size of a horse. Their upper limbs are single fused fingers, with skin-making wings, and their back limbs are 2 hoof-like toes. They possess a large, thick beak that gives them a horse-like appearance and a large horn on its head with smaller ones scattered about the base. Males will use this and their wings to fight during mating. They are completely omnivorous and will eat anything they can fit in their mouths or beat it to death with their brakes. They come in off-white to cream and even the rare black coat. They live in small herds during the mating season and will diverge afterward. Griffin. Despite its name, it looks nothing like the half-lion, half-eagles of the old myth. Instead, it's another, and strictly carnivorous, flying reptile. In saying that, we have several different types of griffin, but I will name and explain 2. Sandcoat griffin is the smallest of their kind, only about the size of a large owl. Colored sandy yellow with patterns on the top side of the wings with said wings, and a body plan that allows them to soar almost indefinitely over superheated terrains like deserts. Unlike the other kinds of griffin, they stick low to the ground, when idly as opposed to upright. Their brakes are grooved for catching and holding prey until they can perch and eat, and are covered in a mix of fur-like quills and scales for reflection of the harsh sun. Blue-throated griffin is the largest griffin and gets its name from the makes have a bright blue patch of quills on their chest and throat region. They stand upright at 8 foot tall with massive wingspans and clawed back feet with hooked beaks for pulling prey apart. They have the second sharpest eyes, the first being the sand coat, and the best hearing. They mate with the same partner every year and help raise the chicks. Banshee. This creature was once a stingray that was given mammalian features and then gained the ability to fly but kept much of its stingray counterpart. They have no legs and instead dangle from branches on their strong semiprehensile tail. They crawl when on the ground. They live in large groups and swarm like bats. During the day, the reason for their name is because of their ghostly blue-white color and their ability to scream at a sonic frequency to stun prey before swarming. It like piranhas. Their screams sound like a person crying in pain. Red-faced breast, a name I had no part in making, is a medium navy blue bird, with a featherless face and neck that is colored red with 2 organs on the chest that expand when filled with air. They use this as both intimidation and mating. They will also produce a high-frequency call with the organs. They play the role of carrion birds and eat the dead or decaying. Dodo bird. This bird was a creation of my own design during the early testings on the Singularity Soul. By using a pigeon, I evolved it into a new subspecies that is still referred to as a dodo, but with one difference that will be its most viable survival mechanism on the island as the main food source, its reproduction. If not eating, the dodo will mate constantly. This causes an explosion in population since once an egg is laid, it will hatch in 24 hours and then develop into an adult in just a week, compensating for their lack of intelligence and awareness. How Pete is still alive despite the fast aging process is beyond me. Ancient peafowl. These birds are another of my own personal designs that I made back when I was testing the effect of the Singularity Soul on different creatures. In doing so, I discovered the radiation, depending on what frequency it was, could induce evolution or quirks. During experimentation, I found that peafowl can gain a hypnotic quirk. I also used the same hypnotic peafowl to test my evolution theory, and somehow was able to turn it into a more primal form from when it was still a dinosaur, but still allowing it to keep its modern appearance and quirk. In short, they look like normal peafowl at a glance, but look closer and you'll see they look like little raptors. Their brakes shortened and had razor-sharp teeth. Their feet gained talons and one exaggerated raptor claw. Their wings reformed fingers with claws, and their eyes moved fully to the front. They still act like peafowl but are much more aggressive and have become much more carnivorous alongside losing the ability to fly, but can run far faster. Terrestrial. This last group of animals I will cover before moving on with the rest of my report. This includes Sleipnir, Dodongo, Screamers, Jackalope, Inusotherium, Brambleback, cats, bears, unicorns, and Deku sheep. Sleipnir. This horse-like creature was made from a horse and resembles a horse in every way apart from 2. It has 6 legs and no body hair. Due to its larger size, it has much larger lungs, heart, and layered muscles, allowing it to run fast and for long periods. It was supposed to be an alternative to horses for labor and transportation, but came with the harsh side effect of being natural finger biters. Their skin comes in as many coat colors as regular horses, but only one body plan. A rare Sleipnir with a full coat, manner, and tail is called a unicorn. Dodongo. This creature was also made from horses, but for a completely different reason. Due to the still ongoing, but slowing, growth of Pacifica, rocks began to overtake both the beaches and forests, uprooting trees and destroying plant life. So, in response, we made a creature that gets most of its substance from stone, and we're made a lot. Its blunt yet sturdy teeth can cut and grind down stone with ease, and its highly corrosive stomach acid can break it down with ease. Despite being made from a horse, they look nothing like one, almost like one that evolved after humans went extinct and couldn't selectively breed them anymore. They are large, wide, low, slow-moving, short-legged with short faces and snubbed noses with large bull horns, short tails, ash-gray skin with no body hair, 5-toed limbs, and a relaxed disposition. They are so relaxed and unbothered by everything that they will allow you to poke, prod, and try to push them around without any backlash. Note, Dodongo milk is very sweet and holds the same consistency as yogurt. Screamers. This small creature resembles a wild dog with several reptilian features. They are highly social pack hunters that live in groups of 10 to 20. They have large eyes and large ears, which allows them to be perfect nocturnal predators. The reason for their name is that they communicate and frighten prey by screaming. They can even mimic the distress calls of other animals. They use this to induce panic when there is no need for it or to misguide prey. Jackalope. This creature appears as a North American hare, but except for a horn growing from the top of its forehead. They act, eat, and reproduce like regular Hares, except for the horn. Even though they don't use it to fight, any male can. Come equipped with either 1 to 3. Unfortunately, most females favor a male, with a single long strong horn. If the horn is short, broken, in an irregular spot, or if not all horns present are the same length, they won't mate. Brambleback. These are a group of herbivorous mammals with turtle-like shells. Like the dodongo, they are short-legged, low-walking, wide, slow, 5-toed. Heavy animals but much larger. Around the size of an elephant. They have short faces, slits for noses, an ear hole, large oxen horns, a semi-prehensile shove-like tail, a black shell that covers them to where their knee joints are, and shaggy brown hair on their underside, legs, and face. On their back are a menagerie of osteoderm, growths that take the form of brambles. They will use these osteoderms to snag and hook plants onto their back, where they will then use their shovel tails to scoop and sprinkle dirt in their backs. This will cause their shells to become a mobile garden. The ones with the largest, healthiest, and most eye-catching gardens will be able to mate. When sleeping, they will use the natural grooves in their shells to dig themselves into the ground, completely protecting their unarmored underside. They are also extremely strong, able to knock over the oldest trees to eat the leaves. This dietary style allows open areas for grass and shrubs to grow with natural pathways through dense woods. The gardens on their backs allow them to spread fertile soil and new seeds to different areas. In Eutherium, these creatures are large ungulates that appear very similar to the ancient Parasitarium, standing between 15 and 20 feet tall. As of now, only 2 have been made, and I shall go over both in this section. Rumblehorns are the most muscular and strongest of the 2 species. They have almost no hair and are covered in thick loose skin that is colored from brown to gray. They are very gentle with small creatures, especially humans, almost acting like horses, and highly aggressive to bigger creatures. The 2 most noticeable features on them are the horns and spurs. The horns, grown to look like massive antlers, are used in fighting and self-defense. The spurs are used solely for matting fights, as the feet are more effective at crushing would-be attackers. Loop horns are weaker but far taller and faster than the rumble horns. They are covered in shaggy hair that has patterns similar to a giraffe, and their temperament of them, with the addition of a manner present in both males and females that goes from their head down the length of their necks. Besides this, their most striking feature is their horns, which have grown into perfect circles, with males being the biggest. They use these horns to eat by walking on their hind legs and backwards. They can hook almost any size of branch through them. Once hooked, then stand on all fours and allow the branches to hang down towards their faces, where they can easily eat with their long tongue. When finished, they simply walk away and allow the branch to slide out of its horns. This helps the trees by stripping away dead leaves, freeing up space for new ones, pruning back branches, or just breaking off dead ones. If a branch snaps and falls to the floor, it is eaten by ground feeders or used as mulch. If the branch breaks and stays on the horns, they will walk off with it as a snack on the go. Cats. We have only made 2 different cat-like creatures, and as such I shall go over both in this section. White-maned mauler is a big cat that closely resembles a leopard, but with the males possessing a white mane, similar to lions. They live in family groups of 2 or 4, and females do most of the hunting while males tend to cubs. They are just as strong, fast, and stealthy as leopards, but with one difference. Instead of choking prey to death, they will maul it to death, leading to a drawn-out kill. Some of them even use the death roll like gators and crocs. Cheshire cat is a small cat similar in structure, appearance, and behavior to a Pallas cat, with 2 key differences. The Cheshire cat can change the pigmentation of its fur to camouflage in almost any environment, and its unique facial muscles, which allow it to smile. But this is a sign of aggression, and if it does smile at you, run and protect your vitals. Bears. Like many others, we have only made 2, so I'll go over both in detail. Galloping Ursa is a medium solitary bear with a body plan like a running animal that can hit speeds of 45 miles per hour. Due to its body and much lighter weight, it is nearly entirely a carnivore and chases down fast prey with specialized teeth to grab tightly. They often work with screamers to take down larger, faster, or flighty prey. Short-faced mountain shakers are the largest of these 2 bears and outsize the ancient short-faced bears of North America. Due to their size, they move very slowly and only run in short bursts, so they target slow-moving prey. Due to this, Brambleback and Dodongo are their preferred prey. Using their massive bodies and strength, they can easily topple these huge creatures on their back to expose their soft undersides. Unicorns, these are the most abundant of the creatures we made, and due to the numbers I will generalize all of them. Despite its name, these are not anything like the horse-like creatures of European mythology. The only thing that links them to their namesake is that they are four-legged hair-covered ungulates that have a horn growing from the center of their head. Many of them are more like deer and antelope in appearance and morphology. They use the single horn for self-defense, fighting, and mating. They are the most numerous, living in herds of hundreds of individuals, and come in a variety of shapes, sizes, and colors. Highly adaptable. They can live in almost any climate and can outspeed most predators. Deku sheep. This was a name I was not expecting for this animal. Although made by me, I didn't initially approve of the name since it tied to my old trauma. But, after some convincing from the staff that it was made to be the opposite of its original meaning, I decided to play it. This sheep is a far more aggressive and wilder version of domestic sheep and was made by me during different testing. 2. Learn more about it. Please refer to my previous experimental logs. In short, it's perfectly suited to living in such a harsh and predator-heavy environment. And yeah, that's pretty much all the animals being sent off with Torchwick. In addition, a bunch of different bugs and fish will be sent with lots of plants that I will not cover in this log. But let's just say they are pretty tough and can resist heat and fire for when Torchwick decides he wants barbecue. I forgot to mention that in order to handle this many animals, another specialized splinter was made, called the 420 piece-out splinter. I didn't agree with this name, and I'm sure Egon didn't either. But in short, this splinter calms all creatures to a state they can be handled without the need of the good boy splinter to make them docile and domestic. Now I'm sure why many of these creatures are so dangerous. Well, 1, that's just how they were made, and we didn't have the heart to kill them. And 2, it's to make sure no humans try to inhabit the island. We may go there, but that's only for research purposes. No full-time settlementations. For other things I'd like to report on. Before the invasion, Dr. Robbie and Pura both came from the original dig spot where Egon found the first singularity soul, where they brought 2 things. More singularity soul deposits, and, since I'm allowed to report on this, an alien. We called it Starro since it looked so much like a starfish but with one very human eye. It can also make copies of itself that can control people, but kill them in the process. After Torchwick decimated the Yakuza leader, we managed to get DNA samples from each one of their highest-ranking members to create splinters. In our collective, we have chronostasis, mimic, barrier, sloshed, confession, energy, suck, strong arm, larceny, crystallize, food, and overhaul. The next thing to bring up is during the event of Overhaul turning into a giant monster, he absorbed so much of the facility that it let out an animal that wasn't supposed to. A vampire of sorts that was an attempt to fuse the bat and human immune system, but kept going wrong. Before Professor Genus could kill his failure, the invasion happened and then it escaped. Luckily it didn't stay free for long since we found it and I killed it. I'll be honest, I'm still not totally over killing that creature. It was so human, it was nearly uncanny. I truly thought it was no different from a person or another intelligent creature. But when I saw its dead body afterward, my mind was set. It had a shape-shifting ability that allowed it to take a human-like form, which is why I felt so bad. But underneath that was just an animal. With no control over its physical form, it reverted back to its original state. It looked like a giant bat with a female human body, like some furusona but less cut and sexy, and more horrifying and realistic. During this time we found its nest and the eggs that it laid. I'm glad we got to them as soon as we did, cause if we did, what hatched out of them would have destroyed the ecosystem in Japan. The day after we put her dozens of eggs into a testing chamber they hatched. We expected the worst, but the worst really wasn't that bad. Instead of more monsters, we got giant bats. That's it. They weren't even half as smart as their mother, which was a relief, and Dud had half of her abilities, which was another relief. As such we called them Vampa. I know, real original. Anyway, as I said, they are normal giant vampire bats, the size of horses, with a dark gray to dark brown color and a ring collar of fur around its neck, with the males colored white. Apart from that, they do have some unique adaptations. Their fur, which also has scales mixed in, can reflect moonlight in order to make them turn invisible in the night sky. They have gill-like features on their necks, which don't have any aquatic purposes. They instead release a thick, opaque gas that can hide their huge bodies and allow them to silently sneak around on the ground. Since they can see in infrared, they have no trouble navigating in their own smoke. Finally, they have the ability to methodically reproduce and create small bat-like creatures from their bodies they use to hide, distract, or escape. These babies have a microscopic lifespan and only live long enough to serve a one purpose and are more similar to an unintelligent copy of the parents. As you might have guessed, due to their huge size, they need an exorbitant amount of food, and when they do catch something big enough, they will drain it up all its blood in a matter of minutes. That's why they would be such a problem here. So, that's why we're sending them to Pacifica. They will also be useful in keeping the spider population at bay. Since it was found out that Ungoliant can reproduce with a male, and since most creatures on the subcontinent would be little challenge for the giant spiders, the Vampa will be useful in keeping balance and flying creature population in check. We also have no idea how they reproduce, but for now, we assume them to be like monotremes, a mammal that can lay eggs. So yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Never knew we'd have so much to cover. Anyway, I'll just end it right here and be back when more discoveries are made or experiments are done by me or others. So this is Dr. Izuku Midoriya signing off. CH58, A Day in the Life. Professor. A little voice called to Egon through dreamland, breaking the peaceful fantasy as he attempted to return to it, but still sat in the darkness between the waking and unwaking. 5 more minutes, he complained, hoping the little voice would go away. And it did go away, for 3 seconds, and right at that time he went back to dreamland, only for the little voice to start jumping on his stomach while saying, "Wake up. Wakey. Fine. I'm up. Egon finally jostled his body to make his little jumping friend stop jumping. He broke out of the limbo and opened his eyes to see a smiling Eri looking at him on his stomach. Taking a first morning breath, he said, "Good morning, Eri," only to get 2 paws pushed against his cheek and look over to see an old Maine Coon cat poking at him, making an impact meow. Breathing. Again he greeted, "And a good morning to you too, Log." "Good morning, Professor Egon," Eri said back to him, rolling onto her stomach and mimicking the cat, Log, by placing her hands on his face. "Just call me Egon, Eri," Egon told the girl as he removed both their hands from his face. Egon finally sat up and stretched out like a cat before rolling off the bed and, kneeling by it, he said to the minor child, "Okay, let's take a bath and then start the day." Eri excitedly jumped from her spot and ran towards the bathroom. Egon follows long behind her, and once inside he sees the young girl running the bath and throwing in her favorite toys. He chuckled and then adjusted the water so they wouldn't boil or freeze when they got in. As the water ran, Egon and Eri brushed their teeth and combed out their hair to ready it for the bath. Once the tub was full, Egon and Eri washed and scrubbed themselves, with Egon doing most of the work for Eri. As they cleaned up, Egon played some old Italian songs that he sang, and badly on purpose, making Eri laugh hysterically. "When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that amora," he sang with the old man as Eri clapped. When the second verse came up, Egon grabbed a cup of water from the bath, put it in his mouth, and began to gargle the words, only for regret to take over as he spat it out and choked. There was way more soap in that than I expected, making Eri laugh even harder. After the bath, Egon wrapped Eri in a towel and himself in a bathrobe. From there, he brushed out Eri's hair straight from any knots and moved to her bedroom where he picked out 3 of her outfits. If he didn't do this, she would pick the same outfit every day. "So what outfit do you want today?" he asked the girl while sitting on the floor. Eri took a while to look over the 3 options, an amount of time that Log didn't seem to like as he loudly complained, "Meow." Egon pushed the cat away and scolded, "Not now, Log. A needs to think about what outfit to pick out." "This one," Eri finally chose while pointing to an outfit consisting of blue overalls, a red shirt, and a pink bow and shoes. Once Eri had her clothes on, and Egon too, they both moved to the kitchen for breakfast, where a confident cat voices his annoyance with no food. Meow, Log cried. Yes, yes, Log, I'm getting you your food, you grumpy old cat. Egon groaned at the old cat. Professor, Eri calls him. Egon, he corrected her. Why do you call you Kitty, Log? She asked while looking down at the cat who was looking at the spot where his food bowl should be. 'Cause when I found him I swear he was a log in the woods. Though at that size he was more like a twig. Egon explains as he fills his bowl and puts it down at his feet. From there Egon prepared a Japanese-style breakfast, and as they sat down to eat, Pete the dodo walked out of his indoor nesting box and came out to his food bowl, filled with a mixed bird pellet. After eating the whole thing in a few fast pecks, he tried to go after the much slow-eating log who hissed at the bird and swatted him away. Seeing this play out, Eri called, Prof. Egon. Egon looked up from his phone, reading the news, as Eri asked him, why do you bring Pete to the laboratory and not Log? Egon swallows his food and answers, Log is pretty old and doesn't like to move around much, so I leave him here to his own devices. He has plenty of things to keep him busy. Pete, on the other hand, he begins to say until Pete suddenly honks, in fear from Log chasing him and eventually running into a wall. Needs constant surveillance, he finishes up. After cleaning up breakfast and packaging for the trip ahead, the three of them load themselves into Egon's car. Egon was nearly as excited and happy as Eri to ride in his car since it was his very first one. Unfortunately, having never driven before, Egon had to solicit the help of a robot driver, which he didn't mind at all. After they were all safely secured, Egon told the driver, take us to the facility. Deeves. The robot beeped and drove the car to the indebted destination. Due to the damage accrued by the invasion, the normal front entrance had to be moved elsewhere in the building, while that was blocked off due to security issues. They even had dozens of military guarding the building, courtesy of the Prime Minister, as they waited for their new facility to be made. Security was the highest issue for them. When they got to the new front entrance, Egon helped Eri out of her booster seat and let Pete out of his cage. When they walked through the front door, Egon exclaimed, Good morning, party people. Good morning, Professor, Eri, Pete. Megan and Josie said at the same time. Good morning, Ms. Josie. Good morning, Ms. Morgana. Eri greeted them back with a bow. I'm Megan, sweetie. Megan corrected her. Oh, Eri said with a despondent expression. Megan petted her head and told her, It's okay. You'll get the hang of it. Everyone always gets us confused at first. Egon leaned down to her and whispered, You tell by the hair. This made Eri's eyes glow at the realization. After this they quickly stopped by Egon's office, where he dropped off his things and Pete to waddle around the room, then set off for their daily ritual. Their first stop was at the creature division, where Egon announced to the many different rooms holding different creatures. Good morning, Animules. Good morning, Animules. Eri announced far more shyly. They then put on winter parkas and entered Gamatha's enclosure with a bucket of apples. Good morning, Gammoth, Eri said to the huge animal, handing her apple after apple. After this, they went to the aquatic subsection, and Eri came up to the glass of one of the larger aquariums and said into a hydrophone, Good morning, Starro. Good more, Starro greeted back, still trying to learn human speech. Much more confident and less shy than this morning, she ran out of the aquatic subsection and onto the large creature base, where she went to a door and yelled, Good morning, Torch Dash Dot, only to stop and get sad as she realized her dragon friend was gone. Oh, she said in realization while looking at the ground. Egon placed a hand on her shoulder and assured her, It's okay, Eri. Once we have an assured way to get to and from Pacifica, you can go visit Torchwick as much as you'd like. She looked up at him with watery eyes and nodded with a smile. After this, they went into the only remaining bug house in the facility. There they saw Professor Genus taking notes down a bunch of butterflies that swarmed around him. Morning, Genus, Egon greeted him. The man looked up from his pad and replied, Morning, boss, Eri. What you working on today? Egon inquires as Eri runs around chasing the butterflies. I just finished it. I was working with some of the dead copies from Starro and successfully spliced it into a butterfly, Genus explained to him. Splicing alien DNA into something from Earth. Well, I'll be damned, Egon said, with an impressed tone, pushing back his hair. I made the butterfly with blank DNA, so that helped quite a bit. Genus told him, making Egon nod his head in understanding. So what was the result? Egon asks. Genus smiles excitedly and says, I'll show you. A, can you come here for a second and stay still? A does so and walks up to the man. Good job, now I'm just gonna put this butterfly on your face, okay, he tells her as Eri excitedly nods her head. The man then takes a butterfly and places it over her eyes. The wing pattern on the multicolored insect has eye patterns and its wings are long enough to cover and act as false eyes. Eri giggles at the tickling sensation on her nose, but she suddenly goes stiff as a statue when the wings fold over her eyes, making Egon flinch. Okay, Eri, now put your right foot in and your right out, your right foot in and shake it all about, do the hokey pokey and turn yourself around. Genus told her, and the girl danced. Egon tightly holds the man's shoulder and demands explanation. These are brain flies. Genus tells him with a happy yet proud tone. EW. Egon cringes as he backs away and tries to swat away the dozens of butterflies around him. Genus realized his reaction and then followed up while rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, I'm still working on the name. Anyway, they have the same effect as Starro's mind control copies, but without the whole rip your face off and kill you thing. Egon points with his eyes at the still dancing girl and Genus quickly picks up on it. Before taking the butterfly off her face with ease, Eri stops at one and looks confused and drained as she asks dazed, what happened? Professor Genus here was gonna show how his butterflies work by using me, right, Egon stated. This made the man question in his head what he wanted. Then he realized he wanted to be seen as the lab rat and not Eri. So he took the same butterfly and placed it on his face. Everything went into a white haze for what seemed like seconds, and when he came back to reality he saw Eri on the ground and laughing her butt off. So whatcha make me do? Egon asked after collecting his bearings. The chicken dance, Genus whispered to him. Egon playful slapped him and said back in a fake insulted tone, you're horrible. I know, Genus laughed back. After this, Eri and Egon went around to all the other divisions and said hello to everyone else. The most surprising reaction of all came from Dr. Wily. As Eri ran into his room, the old man was furiously typing at his computer and unaware of her presence. Good morning, Mr. Wily, Eri said out of the blue. The man jumped out of his seat and covered his monitor only to calm down when he saw it was only Eri. He sighs and wants to yell at her, but sees Egon poke his head in and so goes for another approach. Don't do that, little girl. I'm old and could die. Also please leave. I have no time for idle greetings and have a great deal of work, Wily told her girl while waving him off with his hand. Eri looked disappointed by his reaction and left, leaving a suspicious Egon's head to leave the room last. Once both were gone, he breathed a sigh of relief and took out the shard of the singularity soul he had kept hidden in his desk. Licking his lips at the object, he chuckled to himself. From here the two made their way down the hallway where they saw Izuku coming out of his office. Getting excited by seeing her second favorite person, Eri ran up to an unsuspecting boy and grabbed his legs while saying, Good morning, Izuku. Good morning, Eri. Izuku greeted her back, holding back the urge to kick her out of shock. He leaned down and hugged her back as he saw his mentor approach and say, Morning, Egon. To which he greeted back with a grunt and head nod accompanied by a smile. Well, I see you've completed your daily ritual of good mornings to everyone in the facility. The voice of Professor Cephalopod said as he walked into the room, on his tentacles with a coffee mug in hand. Good morning, Professor Cephalopod, Eri greeted him. And a good morning to you as well, Eri. Ready for your classes? Otto asked her. Yeah, she stated as she took one of his tentacles and waved back. Bye-bye, Egon. Bye-bye, Izuku. Izuku waved her off and looked over to see Egon waving to her too and on the verge of tears. He sweat drops and asks, Do you always have to get so emotional? At this part, they grow up so fast. Egon finally broke into an explosion of emotional sobs. Eri was led into a mock classroom where Otto stood as her teacher and taught her all her core learning activities. Despite being held back from any schooling for many years, Eri was incredibly bright and picked up on things quickly. After a few hours of classes, Otto decided to reward her efforts with a movie. So he put on The Lion King and let Eri get absorbed by it as he got absorbed in the art of war. After some time into the movie, Eri suddenly asks, Professor Cephalopod, what's a dad? The professor stops the movie and asks what she said. Eri repeated her questions. And Otto put his book down while wiping sweat away as he told her, I'm the last person to be asking that since mine died after he and my mom consummated for the first and last time. I just looked at him confused as he sweat dropped at his confession before offering, but let me get someone else to answer that. The octopus then took out his phone and sent a text, and a few minutes later, Egon came into the classroom and asked, Everything okay, Otto? Eri had a question and I think you're the best one to answer it. Otto points to the expectantly waiting girl. Egon walks over, knees down to her desk and she says, What's a dad? Egon puts on his thinking face as he tells her, A dad? A dad is someone who cares for you, looks after you, spends time with you, protects you, makes you happy, and is a man. Does that answer your question? Yes, I think. Eri nods with uncertainty while thinking about it to herself. Okay then, have a good day at classes, he says as he walks back to the door. Just before he leaves he hears Eri say back, Okay, bye-bye dad. At this, Egon falls to the ground right in between the automatic door which tries to close on his body. Can someone get the defibrillator? Egon went into cardiac arrest, again. Otto calls out over the PA system. He hangs up just as fast and says with an exasperated grunt, That man seriously needs a pacemaker. Later on, in the middle of that day, Egon, Izuku, and Eri all congregate at the front of the building and wave their arms while chanting in sync, Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Honey Lemon, who was walking by this area, couldn't help but stop and stare at the trio and ask aloud, What are they doing? Waiting for their favorite part of the day. Megan told her with a chuckle. Just then, Inko walked through the door with 3 bento boxes and said with a smile, Hi, boys. The 3 of them threw their arms in the air and made a whooping noise of excitement. All 3 of them lined up as they happily received a box each. For you, sweetie, Inko said to Izuku as she kissed his cheek. Thanks, Mom. Izuku said back as he took the box and happily skipped away. And for you my tall drink of water, Inko said in a saucy voice. Effin leaned down to her, took the box, and began to nuzzle her as he purred. Thanks, short, silky, and curvy. As the 2 of them did their thing, Izuku made a vomiting noise as he complained. Oh God, please don't make me puke when I'm about to eat. And so he ran off. Before they could continue, Inko then kneeled and handed off the last box as she said, And one for you, Eri. Dear. Thank you, Ms. Midoriya. Eri thanked her with a bow, making the woman smile. Anytime. You all have a good day. She waved them off as she blew a kiss to Egon, who caught it and placed it in his pocket. Ears saw this and decided to mimic it, blowing a kiss to Egon, who caught it and placed it in his other pocket with a smile. Hankoi, please tell me you finally freed your friend from that chamber. If she gets any bigger she's gonna get crushed by her mass. Egon practically begged the man over the phone as construction noises could be heard on the other end. Hankoi, sounding equally stressed by the situation, tried to assure him in a calm tone, I know, but we are making progress. An explosion erupted on the phone line and Hankoi was silent for a moment before following up. Somewhat. Egon sighs then asks him, Has she had any more kids? Thankfully no, but she did eat the ones still left. Have you thought up a way to transfer her to Pacifica? By the time we get here free, that cargo ship is gonna make landfall on the subcontinent, Hankor informed him. Egon rubbed his temples in stress as he remembered how he couldn't hold the cargo ship any longer. He thought breaking out one giant spider would be easy, but that was easier said than done. The room that the Singularity Soul was housed in was far stronger than even he realized. On one hand, he was glad his preparedness kept it so their greatest treasure wouldn't be stolen. On the other, it made situations like this more difficult than they had to be. I'm hoping to charter another one, but we'll see, Egon tells the man. Wait, hold on. Ungoliant, Hankoi suddenly yelled as the sound of breaking could be heard in the wind. Egon instantly got panicked and yelled as he stood up from his seat. Hankoi? Hankoi, what's happening? After a bit of what sounded like static and a struggle, Hankoi nearly yelled back. Ungoliant just broke out of the chamber by herself, and we're headed for the ocean. What? Are you on her? The ocean is miles away, Egon exclaimed in confusion. She jumped, Hankoi told him as he sounded as if he was holding on to something for dear life. Before Egon could act, His nearby TV blared to life and the news anchor announced, "This just in, a giant spider has been seen jumping its way through the east side of Japan towards the harbors. It doesn't seem to be a threat at this time." But the anchor stops as they receive something in their ear and then continue, reporting, "We just got a live feed of what appears to be the spider attempting to make a raft. Going live now." The feed cuts to live footage of Ungoliant jumping an extremely long and high distance before coming down gracefully and only damaging the road below to a minor degree before jumping again. On her back was a very frightened Hankor, who was holding on for his very life. She then stopped at the docking system, where the cargo ship headed to Pacifica, and arched her thorax towards her. She then started to spin webs faster and faster until a hurricane of webs shrouded her body. She jumped into the air once more and spread the webs out all over her bottom, where it expanded out tenfold over the ocean. When she hit, instead of sinking, she floated on top of what looked to be a makeshift raft made in the shape of a spider's web. Ungoliant then sat down and used all her legs to start paddling out to sea, and much faster than expected. "Dear gods," Egon mouthed. He then heard Hankoi say over the phone before the line cut off, "Sir, do I still have that paid time off? 'Cause I think me and Ungoliant are taking a trip out to sea." Yeah, that's fine. You don't think she's going to Pacifica, do you?" he asked, half mindless watching the spectacle. "If not, then the only other reason is that she smells the pheromone of another giant spider," Hankoi guessed. "Happy sailing, I guess. I'll call that cargo ship and tell them to wait until you get there," he tells the man before the line cuts off. Putting the phone down to cover his face and sigh, he heard his office phone ring. Aloud and without looking at the caller ID, he flatly said, "What now?" "Was that your giant spider I just saw on the news?" the Prime Minister asked him, in an impatient tone. "Yes, it was, Prime Minister. We went over this a few days ago. It's going to Pacifica, or at least I hope so. Have a good day," he quickly and bodily told her, before hanging up and leaning his head back to try and ease the growing headache. Later on, Egon, Izuku, and the CEO of Uraraka Construction Co. were having an outdoor meeting about the construction plans for the new NIP building. Izuku had worked tirelessly to draw out the plans with Hatsum, but they did it and everything was either laid out or spread across a corkboard. Looking over this, the CEO blinked several times before asking, "You want us to make it so big?" "This big," Egon answered while pointing to a sheet that had the size measurements written down. "My goodness," he exclaimed. "We also want to make a dorm," Izuku added. "Oh my goodness," the CEO once again exclaimed. "Is it doable?" Izuku inquired, not liking his reaction. The man rubbed his eyes as he looked over all the finely detailed plans and told them hand gobstruck. "I mean, yes it is, but it'll be expensive and long. Money is no object to us." Egon waved his hand, making the man clutch his chest in shock. "And don't worry about time, we have some tools you can use to speed things along," Izuku told him as he took out a tool that looked like some kind of large two-handed gun with a splinter half inserted at the top. Izuku placed the weapon on the table and the man grabbed it, holding it in his hands. When his finger got a little too close to the trigger, Izuku jumped and exclaimed, "Just be careful they overheat real quick." The man took his finger off the trigger, and Izuku took it back while telling him, "If they do, take out the splinter to keep it from cracking." Izuku then held a button down and unlocked a latch that released the splinter. He pulled it out and placed it on the table where the man grabbed and examined the crystal. "Just be careful when handling the splinter raw. The quirk inside of it is pretty dash." Izuku tried to tell him until the man propped his hand on a nearby rock, turning it into a misshaped thing of spikes. "Dangerous," he trailed off as the man quickly placed the splinter back on the table. "And even if you do get done early, we'll still pay you the full amount for the time it would have taken," Egon informed him. The man wipes sweat from his face at this news as he smiles wildly behind his hand before saying in a disorganized way, "I don't know what to say except HH." He screamed out with a high-pitched screech. "That's quite the response." Izuku congratulated him. "That wasn't me," the man told him. They heard the screaming again and looked up to see a young girl around Izuku's age flying down toward them. They all backed away as she landed hard and without any back draws. She brought up her head from her superhero landing and yelled while looking at the scientist, Are you the ones that signed that huge contract with my parents? Business. The girl in question was Okiko Uraraka, the daughter of the CEO. Yes. Who are you? Egon asked her, not realizing who she was. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. She began to kiss their feet in praise. Egon and Izuku jumped away from her offer and lifted their legs. Egon exclaimed, Young lady, please don't do that. Okiko honey, Uraraka Sr. exclaimed as he pulled his daughter to her feet and held her back. But, I have to thank you for doing this. This contract will bring my parents out of the red. I'll do anything to thank you. Anything, Okiko practically yelled at them with arms open. Egon's hair stood on end and all the red flags were going off inside his head as Izuku tried to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. Standing a good arm's length away from the girl, Egon exclaimed, Young lady, please don't say that to an adult and a horny teenager. Egon, Izuku scolded him. What? Egon shot back. Izuku sighs exasperated and turns to Okiko while offering to her, if you want to thank us, then how about donating a blood sample from each of your family so I can make them into splinters? Okiko immediately and rapidly nodded her head as she agreed. Yes, of course. Thank you so much again. With that, she broke from her dad and wrapped Izuku in the first hug he received. From a girl who wasn't his mother. The boy could feel her soft skin, her toned body, her warm breath, and her boobs, holy crap boobs. Izuku froze like a deer in headlights at the hug. He still stood there like a statue, even after Okiko broke away and ran off happily. Egon, seeing an opportunity, patted the boy's shoulder and whispered in a sing-song tone, she's kinda cute. Izuku broke out of his stupor and whipped his head to the man with a blush on his face as he yelled, Egon. Seeing and realizing what was happening, Uraraka Sr. joined in with a hearty laugh and exclaimed, Ha! If you asked to marry my daughter today, I'd give you my blessings now. Oh my god! Izuku yelled while curling into a ball while covering his face. The end of the day had finally come and for once in a long time, Egon was able to leave in time with everyone else. As he locked the door for the night, he turned to his tired employees and said, Good night everyone. Good night Professor. They all said together. Good night everyone. Eri mimicked him, far more shyly while hiding her face behind his leg. Good night Eri. Everyone said back in unison with a smile. From there Egon, Eri, and Pete all climbed into the car where the robot driver was waiting. After telling him to head home, they all buckle in for a ride. Once the car parked back in the familiar driveway, they all filed out back to the front door. Once unlocked, Egon practically kicked it open as he always does, knowing his cat wouldn't be waiting by it. Once he let Pete out of his carrier and threw his bags to the side he slumped into his easy chair and stated, Phew, home sweet home. What a day. Hi log, Eri said to the old cat as he napped on a throw pillow on the floor. Eventually, Eri made her way onto Egon's chest where she stared at him with big, pleading eyes. Egon sighs, knowing what the girl wants, and asks her, So what do you want for dinner tonight? Eri thought about this for a minute before answering, Something spicy. Egon thought for a bit, smiled, and picked up the girl while walking to the kitchen with her and saying, I have just the thing. From here he put the girl at the table and went to prepare the meal. Eri kept herself occupied by drawing, and when the food was done, there before her on a plate was a hit serving of spicy curry with a pan. The two gave thanks and began to eat. Although the spicy was extremely mild, Eri kept needing milk throughout every bite she took until the milk jug was empty. After cleaning up, Egon helped Eri choose and put on PJs, since she still wasn't sure about how to dress herself. Once she was ready for bed, Egon took her to her bed where she asked, Will you read me this story tonight? And pulled out a book from the bookshelf by her bed and handed it to him. But this is the same story I read every night, Egon told her as he looked over the same book. It's my favorite, Eri said with a pleading pout. Egon sighs and tells her, Okay, then sit close. Egon sits on the bed where Eri takes a seat on his lap, and by heart he reads off the book he had read every night over and over again. Throughout the story, Eri grows more and more sleepy, her head and eyelids drooping until eventually she is snuggled into his side and fast asleep as he finishes the book. So he picked the girl up, placed her into the bed, and tucked her in while kissing her on the forehead. Good night, Eri. Sweet dreams, he told her in a soft voice. Just before leaving the room, he heard the girl say back in a small voice, "Good night, Dad," making the man smile as he closed the door and went into his room. There he changed into his sleepwear and jumped into bed. He looked at the calendar beside his bed and realized that this was the first week that Eri hadn't had any nightmares. He is glad to see the girl healing and coping with her trauma. But that doesn't mean he is nightmare-free. Ever since the invasion from the Yakuza and villains, Egon has found himself waking up in the middle of the night drenched in a cold sweat. He was thinking and worrying about what would happen if they did not succeed. What would happen to Eri if they couldn't protect her? What would happen to his staff? What would happen to the UA students? What would happen to Izuku? What would happen in general? But he didn't have to worry about that. He would be better next time. He would make sure he wouldn't have nightmares. He would make sure everyone would be safe.